Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, I can't get any audio right now. I'm just wondering, can you speak?
Yeah, if you're able to hear me, you'll be able to hear everyone else.
Yep, no, I can't hear. Okay, so I'm just having some technical issues. Let me fix those up.
Okay, the stream is now up, so Mr. Chair, I'll turn the meeting over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Good morning and welcome everyone to our virtual meeting of Brampton's Committee of Council. We will begin the meeting with the City Clerk calling the roll for attendance at today's meeting. Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members of the committee, I will call your name. Please indicate your presence. Councillor Santos.
Good morning.
Thank you. Chair Vicente is present. Councillor Willens.
Yes, good morning, Peter.
Thank you. Councillor Paleshi.
Present, good morning.
Thank you. Councillor Bowman.
I'm present, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Medeiros.
Hello.
Thank you. Councillor Williams.
Hello, good morning. I'm here. Can you hear me?
Thank you. Councillor Fortini.
Yes, good morning, Peter.
Thank you. Councillor Singh has just joined us, so I'll give him a moment. Councillor Dillon?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here.
Thank you, Councillor Singh. Councillor Dillon?
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you. And all 10 members of committee are present, Mr. Chair. You can proceed, Mr. Chair. Councillor Vicente, can you hear me, please? We can't hear you if you're speaking.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. I apologize. So we have no additions or changes to the agenda. So I have a motion from Councillor Santos to approve the agenda. Instead of seeking a recorded vote for this item, I will ask if there is anyone opposed to the motion. Otherwise, your vote will count in the affirmative. There are no objectives, so the motion carries. Meetings of municipal councils are to be open to the public for transparency and accountability, and our meeting will continue to be as well, with a few precautions and limitations. In-person attendance at this meeting is very limited. Members and most staff are participating electronically in this meeting. The public can still access and participate in the meeting in a number of ways by watching this meeting remotely through the city's live stream and playback of the archive video stream, registering with the city clerk's office as a virtual delegate to participate in the meeting, by registering to attend the meeting in person to observe the meeting, or by submitting questions about the agenda, business, and discussions made by council today. You can email the city clerk's office at cityclerksoffice@brampton.ca with your questions, and they will be read into the public meeting record during the 15-minute public question period before the end of the meeting. Also, we invite everyone to continue to follow important service and public health updates through the city's website at www.brampton.ca, which includes updated information and resources for you, including information from the region of Peel, Public Health, Province of Ontario, and the Government of Canada. A final reminder for members of council, staff, and meeting participants, please ensure that your video is off and microphone muted unless you are assigned the floor to speak. This will help ensure that only one person is speaking at one time and minimize other background noise during the meeting. Next, we'll move on to declarations of conflict of interest on the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act. Does any member have a declaration of pecuniary interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act for any matter to be considered at today's meeting? Seeing none, move on, and the clerk will so note for the minutes. Next, we move on to the consent agenda. I have Councillor Paleshi.
Mr. Chair, we're at approval of the agenda.
No, that has already carried.
I was on there to speak to the approval of the agenda.
Mr. Clerk, do we need to reopen to have changes to the agenda?
Mr. Chair, yes, we will.
Okay, so we need a 2/3 vote to reopen the agenda. Is anyone opposed? Seeing none, please note that, Mr. Clerk, and Councillor Paleshi, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to add an announcement relating to bylaw. It's an announcement that the mayor wanted to add, but he's not able to be on the call as of right now. He's in another meeting. So if we can add that and then hold it until the mayor shows up.
Mr. Clerk?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is a proposed addition under announcements 5.1 regarding enforcement and bylaw services, and that the matter be held down until the mayor is in attendance at the meeting.
Very good. Thank you, Councillor Paleshi. Anything else?
No, that's it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. So members of committee, we have a motion moved by Councillor Paleshi to amend the agenda. Anyone opposed? And that carries. So next we move on to our consent agenda. Councillor Santos.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, I would like to put into consent closed items 14.1 and 14.3.
Thank you. Councillor Willens.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair, I'd like to put in 10.2.3 into consent.
My apologies, Mr. Chair. Councillor Willens, can you repeat that, please?
Oh, sorry, Peter. It's 10.2.3. I believe it's a word 2 about a yield sign turning into a stop sign.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Singh.
I'd like to add 9.2.2 unless anybody has a discussion about it.
To discuss on that's on the voting system, please.
Okay, so that will be held. Is that correct, Councillor Frattini?
Point of order, I don't think that's the voting system. That is the campaign rebate program report.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're absolutely right. I'm sorry. Yes.
Okay, so 9.2.2 into consent as per Councillor Singh.
Thank you.
And Councillor Paleshi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I saw an asterisk beside government relations, but I see that government relations is not on the consent because we're using carrots now. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Seeing no other speakers to consent, I have a motion moved by Councillor Willens to approve the consent agenda. Any opposed? And that carries.
So, Mr. Chair,
Next.
So because 14.1 and 14.3, two closed session items were added to consent, there are public motions arising from that business, and we will put those on the screen for public consideration. So the first will be 14.1. And it's coming up on the screen right now. And this is
Thank you. And this is moved by Councillor Santos. Any opposed? That carries.
And the next item is 14.3. There is a public motion.
Can we have that up on the screen? And this is also moved by Councillor Santos. Any opposed? And that carries. Thank you. Next, we move on to announcements. So we do have an announcement today, as per Councillor Paleshi and the Mayor.
And Mr. Chair, committee agreed to hold this down until the arrival of the Mayor, and the Mayor has not arrived in the meeting yet.
Very good. So our next item then would be item 6.1, Government Relation Matters. We have Blaine Lucas here with us today with a presentation for Committee on Government Relation Matters. Welcome, Mr. Lucas.
Welcome. Thank you. All right. Thank you, and through the chair, I'll begin with an update on the regional matters from this week. We could move forward to slide number 2. Perfect. It is a committee week at the Region Appeal that includes meetings of the Waste Management Strategic Advisory Committee and the Region Appeal Accessory Advisory Committee. Staff from the Public Affairs team have reviewed the committee agendas and for any comments or recommendations applicable to the city. So we can move forward to slide number 3. I'd like to bring to your attention item number 5.1, the transition of the Blue Box program to full producer responsibility. The report contains proposed comments to the public consultation provided by the province. Comments are due by December 3rd of this year. Staff from the Public Works and Engineering are working to prepare comments on the city's behalf. They're working to secure feedback from other various departments within the city. The draft comments will be shared with council prior to submission as an attachment in a future GR presentation. And so moving forward, I know we have discussed this issue on previous presentations to council, so we will move forward now to slide number 4, please. Moving on to our provincial updates. While the presentation provides an update on COVID-19 situation, members of council are regularly briefed on the situation from Mayor Brown, so I would like to focus my comments on additional provincial matters. The the Finance Minister tabled Bill 229 entitled Protect, Support, and Recover from COVID-19 Act. It's for the Budget Measures Act of 2020. Among other things, the bill proposes significant changes to the Conservation Authorities Act and to the role that conservation authorities play in land use planning. The list of proposed amendments is included in the presentation. The Planning, Building, and Economic Development staff are reviewing the legislation and will monitor for release of the regulations required to enact the proposed changes. Further updates will be provided as information becomes available. The Public Affairs team are also reviewing the new Inclusive Community Grants Program for potential funding opportunities. The program aims to increase local opportunities for older adults and people with disabilities. The application deadline is December 21st. So if we can move forward on to slide number 6, that'd be great. Moving forward to the federal updates on slide 6. So federally, the government announced the details of the investment of $1.5 billion in the workplace development agreements with provinces and territories. This support will assist underrepresented groups and those in sectors that have been negatively impacted by the pandemic. Ontario's allocation is $614 million. The funding is beginning to flow through existing agreements, and provinces and territories have flexibility to support their individual recovery efforts from the pandemic. We can move on to slide number 7. Just wanted to discuss the Federation of Canadian Municipalities. There's considerable activity at FCM over the course of this and next week. The Board of Directors meeting and annual FCM Advocacy Days are taking place November 16th to the 26th in virtual format. Councillor Santos is representing the city, and the Public Affairs staff are available to provide any support that may be required. So that is a quick presentation for today, and it includes the materials. I'm happy to take any questions from members of council.
Thank you, Blaine. And I believe Councillor Singh, you have put your name up to ask a question.
Chair, that was previously.
Thank you so much. So Blaine, we have no questions for today's GR update, but I'll have a motion moved by Councillor Singh to receive the presentation. No one opposed? That carries. Next, we're moving on to item 6.2, an update from Mayor Patrick Brown regarding the COVID-19 emergency. The mayor has been providing weekly updates to council or committee at our meetings. I'll now invite the mayor to provide an update to committee today. Mayor Brown.
Mr. Chair, the mayor has still not joined the meeting due to a prior engagement, so perhaps we should hold this item down as well.
Okay, so shall we move on to delegations, Mr. Clerk?
Yes, please.
Okay, so we'll hold back on those 2 items with the mayor, and we'll move on to delegations. And so we'll move to item 7.2 because item 7.1, the delegation was withdrawn. So we now on 7.2, a delegation by Tracy Pepe, the owner of the Scented Lair, regarding the Downtown Brampton BIA Shop Local campaign. Welcome, Tracy. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. I appreciate being in front of City Council. I'm here representing the downtown business community as well, working with the BIA. I'm bringing forth an awareness to City Council that we have established a free delivery service for the efforts of the economic development team in the City of Brampton, where they have been promoting Shop Local, a trend that is very important right now due to the economic situation. We have offered, or we have created a program, and the Downtown BIA is supporting it financially until the end of December 31st. It is a trial where all businesses in the downtown core will be offering, or do offer currently right now, free delivery service for any of their products or services, such as maybe a massage therapist who has to get x-rays to someone. I tried to set something up. This is a valuable service because every Brampton resident will benefit from this. They purchase local and they will have the delivery within 48 hours to the front doorstep, being COVID safe, but also supporting local. So this is the information. It is a PDF. I'm asking if all city councilors for their wards could just let their constituents know that they are entitled to free delivery. We can compete with Amazon and Jeff Bezos and hopefully support the local businesses downtown. On the other side of this PDF is something brilliantly created, and I wanted, if we can flip that over, I'm not sure if we can, or I will get the BIA to make sure they send you the PDF copy. It is the program listed of when Santa Claus is in the downtown area for virtual Santa Claus sitting on their lap, so children can experience that. But also there are carriage rides that will be offering on Friday nights and Saturday nights into the end, which is just a festive holiday thing I think people would enjoy, obviously following the COVID procedures. So we're trying our best, and I'm hoping City Council will support the excitement and something very positive that we can share with our residents about something that we're doing in the downtown core. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Tracy, and thank you for that great information, for all the work that you do in the downtown to make it better. I have no questions, so I will ask that a motion be moved by Councillor Medeiros to receive the delegation. Any opposed? That carries. Next, item 7.3, a delegation from Justin Mamone, the Director of Asset Management at Van Dyke Properties, Van Dyke Uptowns Limited, regarding the payment of development charges at 10300 and 10302 Heart Lake Road in Ward 2. Welcome, Justin. You have 5 minutes for your delegation.
Thank you, and good morning, Mr. Chair and members of council. It is a pleasure to be speaking before you today. My name is Justin Mamone, and I'm a Director of Asset Management with Van Dyke Properties. We are a community-minded real estate developer based in Mississauga with deep roots in the city of Brampton. Our founder and CEO, John C. Van Dyke, was born and raised in Brampton with humble beginnings as a custom home builder. He began the company nearly 40 years ago. Growing from that custom home builder into a community builder, some of our notable earlier projects were located in the city of Brampton, including, next slide please, Harvest Landing on McLaughlin Road. Next slide, New Park Towns on Park Street downtown. Next slide, and nearby brownstones on Denison Avenue. Next slide please. Our request before you today is with regard to our newest community in the city of Brampton known as Uptowns, located on the west side of Heart Lake Road, north of the Lowe's site on Boulevard Drive at Highway 410, and just directly adjacent to White Spruce Park. Next slide, please. Uptowns is a collection of 342 back-to-back and stacked townhouses offering affordability to new homeowners without the high monthly fees often associated with apartment-style condominium buildings. Next slide, please. Implementing this project has proven to be a challenge, namely due to the underlying soil conditions that exist within the immediate area. Our environmental and geotechnical investigations have determined that there are relatively deep deposits of peat present within the soil towards the easternmost portion of the lands, which you can see towards the right side of your screen. As peat is not a suitable and stable surface for development, these peat deposits must be removed and the lands are and be replaced with an engineered fill material. Locally, other developers have experienced similar challenges with this. For example, the development immediately to the south did not end up constructing 2 individual townhouse blocks, leaving some areas of vacant lands. And next slide, please. You can see this on the bottom right side of this screen here. To accommodate this work, building plans have had to be revised to relocate the proposed underground structure into a 3-level parking garage to fill this void left by the peat and reduce the amount of engineered fill required on the site. This area, again, is located on the right side of the screen, denoted in blue and pink towards Heart Lake Road. However, some significant costs still do remain for implementation. Next slide, please, Peter. Due to the depth of the excavation, caisson walls and deep shoring are required in order to prevent the adjacent soils and also Heart Lake Road from caving into the site. These structures, which will be constructed in tandem with the underground parking garage, require a building permit, triggering the payment of development charges, which have been calculated at approximately $25 million. Removal of the peat also requires the filing of a record of site condition, otherwise known as an RSC. The peat tends to act like a sponge and absorbs naturally occurring contaminants within the ground, in this case cyanide. A building permit cannot be issued until the RSC is filed. This brings us to our formal request to council today, which is to refer to staff to investigate a deferral of payment of the applicable development charges to a more appropriate time when building permits for the residential units above grade are able to be issued. This is typical of our experience in neighboring communities, especially in the city of Toronto. The reason for this request primarily is that the conditions of our construction financing and loan agreements require that our RSC be filed prior to the advancement of any additional funds. So deferring the payment of development charges would allow us to focus our current funding on the remediation effort for the peat. Before I conclude, and just to clarify to council members, I would like to acknowledge that this is not a request for us to waive the payment of any fees or charges to the city of Brampton. We are fully aware and have adequately budgeted these amounts into our project pro formas accordingly. Our request to the city today is simply just to ease the burden of the upfront costs associated with this remediation, and until the time the funds become accessible when construction reaches the point above grade. We understand that this request may be out of the norm with typical city business practices. However, please consider the following benefits to the city of Brampton. Firstly, you would receive an increased amount of funds, namely through the payment of the DCs at a later date because they are indexed semi-annually and often increase. Secondly, your cooperation would allow for the completion of 342 new homes in a timely and cost-effective manner as prospective homeowners anxiously await to occupy their purchased units. And lastly, when the project is completed, an increase to the overall residential tax base. Next slide, please. So that concludes my presentation. Thank you for your time today. We do respectfully request that council consider receiving this information and referring the item to staff to investigate a suitable mechanism to implement this request accordingly. For more detail, you may refer to our original letter of October 20th, which is attached to the agenda. However, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mamoni. I have Councillor Pleshy who would like to speak.
I see Councillor Willens is on there. I was going to, it is out of the ordinary. So I'm happy to receive and refer, but I'll hold the referral until Councillor Willens has an opportunity to speak. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Pleshy. Councillor Willens.
Yeah, thank you through you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Councilor Pelletier, and thank you for coming in for this report. It is out of the ordinary, and my only concern is obviously it's been studied. I mean, heat is a significant factor in the whole area along Heart Lake Road because it is a natural aquifer and it's a protected wetlands all along that Heart Lake Road area. So as long as the report comes back and there's proper mitigation that doesn't affect the naturalization of the area, I mean, yeah, it's kind of a bit of an unusual ask, but I'm okay with the referral Councilor Pelletier wants to put on to get the report back to staff.
Thank you, Councillor Whillans. So we have a motion moved by Councillor Pelletier to receive the delegation and refer the request to staff for a report back. Any opposed? That carried.
I have a question. No, I had my name on it.
I just saw you pop up. Councillor Singh, I'll allow it. Councillor Singh, go ahead.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe before the referral, do the area council want to meet with the applicant and before we start having staff look at this? That might be a better way forward to explore some options. I'm just keeping mind of staff time right now, but I'll leave it up to the area councilors if they want to do a referral or maybe have a discussion and defer this. It's up to them.
Councillor Singh, go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I think Councillor Whillans and I will definitely be reaching out to the applicant and to staff to have the discussion, but ultimately it needs to be referred to for us to have the report back. But we will definitely be reaching out. Thank you, Councillor Singh.
Thank you, and we have a motion moved by Councillor Pelletier to receive the delegation, refer the request, and a report back from staff. Any opposed? That carries, Mr. Clerk. Next, members of committee, our item is 7.4, a delegation from Craig Fowler, Vice President, Growth, Innovation, and External Relations for Algoma University regarding Algoma University's expansion update. Welcome, Craig. You have 5 minutes.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair and members of council. Very excited to be here and provide a quick update on our activities in downtown Brampton, where I am right now. Going to be presenting the presentation in 4 general areas: an update on our campus renovations, our expansion, our enrollment, recruitment, and marketing program update, and our community engagement and economic impact. And if time permits, walk you through some of the photos. Next slide, please. So happy to update council that since July 2019, when the university was in to discuss your investment of $7.3 million towards our activities, that we have been very, very busy. So phase 1, many of you saw as part of the open house that we held right before COVID really struck in March, allowed us to expand our School of Business and Economics. So that's 1,600 square feet, expansion and establishment of the School of Computer Science and Technology, which was approximately 3,000 feet. Since that time, and as was announced at the showcase in March, we've been very active on construction, taking advantage and finding the silver lining in COVID, in that a lot of our students are not on campus, so it's allowed us to accelerate our construction. So we've been active in expanding and doubling our computer science school already on the 3rd floor. We've taken over the entire 6th floor of 24 Queen Street, which is our main building, and that will be developing 6 new classrooms, seminar space for students, where we've just taken over administration suite at 52 Queen Street, so the old TELUS building, and I think it was also occupied by your culture department for a bit. So we'll be moving our administration there. And this cycle and developing a welcome center at 24 Queen. This was our old optometry store. This was something that we've done in addition to everything we said we were going to do. Cycle 2, which we're starting in the winter or early spring, will be developing a student center and the Center for Social, Cultural, and Economic Innovation at 8 Queen on 2nd and 3rd floor. So this will more than double our footprint in the downtown core, moving us to well over 31,000 square feet in a very little time, and allow us to grow to our target of 1,200 students in head count. Next slide, please. To provide you just with a quick update of our enrollment and marketing efforts, we've been very active in transiting or to a COVID environment, so less in-person, more virtual. Been very active in post-secondary fairs, student fairs. We've been active in doing major media buys in Brampton Guardian, takeover billboards, hosting events for students both domestically and internationally on weekly, and just completed last week our virtual open house, which was very well attended. There is a lot of interest in post-secondary here in Brampton. I can tell you that firsthand. And it's led to us accelerating some of our program offering and the degree offerings that we're bringing down. Just as a recap, as part of our School of Business and Economics, we currently offer a bachelor's degree in human resources, accounting, marketing, finance, and economics. We're working on bringing down an MBA, so a Master's of Business Administration with an international partner. Our Center for Social, Cultural, and Economic Innovation, we've already brought down psychology. Soon we will be bringing down sociology, law and justice, or economic development, and environmental studies. And in the longer term, a master's in clinical psychology and master's in social work. And finally, with our computer science school, we have our computer science degree with specializations in game technology, creative arts, and mobile software engineering. And we're working towards bringing down a master's of science. Next slide, please. One of the other things we've really been active in doing is trying to become a good community member. We're proud of a lot of the engagement we've done over the past year and a half, supporting activities in partnership with the city, supporting activities in partnerships with the Board of Trade, supporting activities and being a proud member of the Downtown BIA, and also working with the city and the Region of Peel District School Board on a co-op and internship program for Black and Indigenous youth. Our economic impact has been substantial and continues to grow. To put it into perspective, when we presented to Council in July 2019, we presented the 10-year economic impact of the investments, and I'm happy to say not only are we on target to meet them, they've actually increased. So the long-term impact of 7.8 million a year is up from 7.5 million. The long-term student spending impact will be 2.8 million, up from 2.6. The long-run alumni impact is 24.6 million. This is up from 19.9 million. The annual impact is 35.2 million, up from 30.1. And total jobs supported will be 366, up from 273. And the biggest addition to is the ROI has been increased to 12.4 at full development. This is up from 10.7. So that essentially means that for every dollar that the city committed, a dollar of investment, it's now returning at $12.4. So very happy to announce that. And also the final item that we've engaged since we've been to council is engaging a homeschool or homestay program. This is essentially a sophisticated billeting program that ensures that our students who are living in private residence have proper living accommodations. So we engage a third party to do audits and check and pre-clear for everything from providing our students with their own room, lockable doors, full furnishing, laundry, washing facilities, free Wi-Fi, meals, and lots of other activities. But it's really something that's important because we want our students to have a healthy living environment, because that translates very directly to a healthy education environment. Next slide, please.
Mr. Fowler, I just want to advise you, you're over your time.
Well, that's perfect because I am done, and I've left behind some of the pictures of our ongoing activities. Thank you.
Thank you. We have questions from members of council. Councillor Santos.
Thank you so much, and through you, Mr. Chair, thank you very much, Craig and the Algoma team for the update and the presentation. It is greatly appreciated and always wonderful to partner with our post-secondary institutions here in Brampton. And you are absolutely right. There is definitely a lot of demand when it comes to post-secondary learning and access and opportunity here in the city of Brampton. I just have a couple of questions. The first one is, I believe in January 2019, we approved at council supporting with, I think the amount was $500,000 for the signage for Algoma. And I see, is that the signage that that went up for $500,000?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Does it include the decals that are up as well? Because it looks fantastic. Looks great.
No, that's something we undertook as part of the showcase. So we've done that in addition. We've actually spent close to $2 million in marketing and advertising over the past year.
Okay, so the $500,000, but that the city gave to Algoma was for the signage right there, I guess the bottom right-hand corner?
That is correct.
Okay, that's fantastic. My other question is on the proportion of international students. I might have missed the slide, but how is the international student situation going now, given COVID, the impacts of COVID?
It's a great question and something that's important to us. Believe it or not, the international student market is strong, extremely strong. And what has actually changed primarily due to the federal government's changes around work permit is a lot of our international students are transitioning from what was postgraduate certificates to full 3 and 4 year degrees. So we have not actually seen a decline in our international student both on our Brampton campus or our Sault Ste. Marie campus. We've been working very closely too with Apply Board, which is a Kitchener-Waterloo based company, to ensure that. So we have seen surprisingly a growth in degrees for international students.
That's great. And I wanted to say thank you for including some information on how Algoma is supporting international students in Brampton when it comes to housing. A quick question on that is in regard, well, a couple. Does Algoma provide any subsidies for housing for international students or students who require housing? And then the next question on the housing situation is, do we know, based on how you're tracking things now with the housing program for students, how many of them live in illegal lodging houses or illegal secondary units or basement apartments? And I see Councillor Bowman is next. I'm sorry, Councillor, if I asked the question for you.
So I'll tackle the last question first. With respect to tracking on illegal housing, it's difficult for us to identify that because we do not ask that specific question. And I honestly don't know if students would identify if they were living in those accommodations. We do as much as we can to provide students with expectations on what proper housing is and what a living environment is, but we can't track nor require a student to live in a permitted place. A lot of our students right now are overseas. So we are operating fully remotely. We do not have any classes whatsoever going on in our Brampton campus or our Sault Ste. Marie campus. So a lot of the living accommodations are actually in their home country, but I can't give you that answer with respect to the illegal because we just do not track it. With respect to subsidies, we do not provide direct subsidies to international students, but international students, depending on what program they're coming and how long, are eligible for bursaries and entrance scholarships.
Okay, great. Thank you, Craig. And so I would, and I don't know if it's possible, I know that our staff at the city are working on a student affordable housing sort of plan and working with our post-secondary partners in identifying what that might look like. But I think even if we are promoting, like Rick Kennard from Building is working very hard on a list and getting people to register legal secondary units. The Region of Peel is starting to implement new ways to incentivize proper legal secondary units. It would be great if the list went to Algoma to promote those legal apartments versus encouraging international students to be in illegal lodging homes, etc., or have a free-for-all as to where they're going to live. So I guess moving forward, the housing issue is an ongoing concern for us at the City of Brampton, and just want to, I guess, moving forward with future KPIs, seeing maybe some more improvements on how we get students to live in proper housing conditions. I think those are all of my questions. I had another one, but I've forgotten. But thank you very much for the update, Craig.
Thank you, Councillor. And I would just add that I'm a member of what is, I believe, becoming a town and gown committee with working with city staff. So I know that's a major item too. So happy to be part of that discussion.
Thank you, Councillor Santos. Next, Councillor Bowman.
Thank you very much. Through you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Councillor Santos. That was a great question. That was the exact question I was going to ask. So I'll just follow it up with Craig. Thank you very much for thinking of the safety and security of the students. That's critically important to all of us here at the city. Councillor Medeiros and I were sitting, I don't know if it's still meeting, but the Town and Gown Committee for Sheridan College. So I, for one, would be happy to assist and sit with you on that if you develop one for Algoma. Just one last question. Councillor Santos was touching on it. Do you advise your students about rentals, about paying cash, about getting receipts when they are renting these basement apartments?
We absolutely provide as much advice as possible because, much like I think inferring from what you're mentioning, council's mentioning, we want our students to have a successful education, and a lot of that is also having stability at home. So we provide them with all the access to what is expected of a tenant, what is expected of a landlord, what a standard lease agreement may look like, contacts with the Ontario Housing Tribunal if they feel they've been wrong. So we provide them with as much advice as we can possibly give them to make sure that they're entering into a healthy relationship with a landlord.
Okay, and do you have a student union, or do you have a counselor in place if somebody feels that they have been taken advantage of, that they can come to the school for assistance?
Yes, we have a couple different options here right in Brampton. So we do have a student union, and we do have a Brampton representative in that, and also within the programs. But also one of our recent hires as part of our expansion has been student experience expert. And this individual works with not just students having success in their academic endeavors, but also their mental health and living endeavors. So they're on staff, and they're here to help students navigate that in any time they're having issues.
Perfect. Thanks, Craig. You guys are doing a great job over there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Willens.
Yes, thank you through you, Mr. Chair. Just want to thank you, Craig, for the presentation. That's really good. I mean, at last term of council, I had the pleasure as acting mayor at the time to be at the announcement for the groundbreaking and the design of the new construction at 24 Queen. And it showed your commitment then. And I think that was correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that was to accommodate an additional 500 students with the new programming that. But they did a marvelous job there. It looks great in the downtown. And so I just wanted to thank you for showing that you are committed to our downtown and committed to Brampton. So thanks again for coming and doing the presentation.
Thank you, Councillor. And I see no further questions. So we have a motion moved by Councillor Santos to receive the delegation from Algoma University. Any opposed? And that carries. Members of committee, we're now going to turn back and go to our announcement as requested by Councillor Pleshy on behalf of Mayor Brown. And I understand Mayor Brown is here. So the floor is yours, Mayor.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Vicente. I just wanted to acknowledge we have so many incredible staff at the city of Brampton that step up every week. And we've talked about our unsung heroes before. I've talked about the ATU team, the transit operators that go to work selflessly, given and with a number of positive COVID cases. I've talked about our first responders, the public health workers. I thought it's important this week, a few councillors mentioned this to me, that we should underline and thank our bylaw team. This last weekend was a really challenging weekend with Diwali and Bondi Chor Divis, and they're put in some precarious moments. I know Paul and JP were dodging fireworks at one point this weekend, but they do it to keep our community safe. And I wanted to, on behalf of the city of Brampton, to thank Paul Morrison and JP Morris for their exceptional leadership, for really stepping up for the city of Brampton. I know this weekend I was nervous, and I was nervous because public health was nervous. I was getting updates almost every hour from Paul on how it was going. We had meetings leading up to Diwali and Bondi Chor Divis with all the Gujaras, all the Mandirs, and despite that there was one Gujara on the news, The reality is the collaboration worked well. The vast majority of our places of worship abided by the rules. And it was really the ongoing education that Paul took on and JP took on, but also where there were issues, being available and present to educate and warn before it got out of hand. So I know a number of councillors wanted to thank Paul and JP, so I thought the way we could do this is if any council wants to say anything, they're welcome to, and then we'll hear from Paul and JP to let us know how they're doing.
Thank you, Mayor Brown. Councillor Santos, put her name on the board. Go ahead.
Good morning, and through you, Mr. Chair, to the Mayor, thank you very much for this important announcement. I think that some of our unsung heroes are our bylaw enforcement team, and especially Paul Morrison and JP. I remember when Councillor Vicente and I, when we first got inaugurated and toured bylaw enforcement, we knew then during that tour early on how phenomenal you and your team are in terms of doing a lot of the hard work when it comes to enforcing bylaws. And certainly during COVID-19, we have put you in the various motions and the various changes that have happened throughout the past few months into difficult situations where yourselves as well as your team have been bullied by various members in the city, members and residents in the city of Brampton. And we want to say thank you. We acknowledge you and we appreciate you very much. Keep up the good work. We know it's a tough job.
Thank you. Councillor Bowman.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, for making that announcement. Public acknowledgement sure goes a long way for a group of people that probably don't hear the words "you guys are doing a great job" often enough, especially from the public. So congratulations, Paul and JP and John and everybody else associated with your team. The work that you're doing out there is truly appreciated by council. And when you add to the fact that the staffing level has not changed since we've added all the extra COVID responsibilities, and your guys are probably twice as busy as they have been. The work that you're doing is just phenomenal. Keep it up, and again, it's truly appreciated. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Councillor Medeiros.
What about me?
I'm sorry, Councillor Willens, you are up.
No problem. Thank you. Through you, Chair. No, I just want to reiterate what some of the previous councillors said. Thank you, Paul and JP. Back last term of council, I always said our bylaw guys were great. They've come a long way from back in the 90s and the early 2000s. They're more proactive. They work with the residents on every aspect, and this is pre-COVID. So just keep up the good work, guys. I'm pretty proud of you. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Medeiros.
Yeah, and again, just echoing everyone, I want to thank the mayor for doing this recognition, and it's long overdue. I think a lot's been said. I know during this COVID, I think back to having our director, Paul Morrison, come out where there's 80 neighbors in a backyard all upset, notwithstanding during COVID period, putting his safety at jeopardy and his whole team during this COVID period. And let's not forget that they are leaders in a lot of investigation techniques when it comes to illegal housing and et cetera, and they certainly are setting the bar across the province, and I know municipalities reach out to them, and frankly we're lucky to have Paul Morrison and JP and the whole team at the City of Brampton, and hopefully they'll be with us for years to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Singh.
Yeah, I just wanted to also relay, my thanks to bylaw, including Paul Morrison and JP. I know it was a tough weekend, and I think the team did a very good job and had very positive feedback. And I know the mayor did with bylaw and other staff from communications did a call with the Munzers and Gorzuelas, and it was a really new and a fresh approach. And I think everybody appreciated. Not everybody followed everything perfectly, but the vast majority did. And it was because of our approach. So, on behalf of the community and myself, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Williams.
Hi, thank you. Through you, Chair. You know, I echo so much of the sentiments of my colleagues, and I've always appreciated the frank and honest conversations that I've had with all of you. JP, Paul, John, I'm so very thankful. And, I think it's also just the willingness, as Councillor Medeiros had mentioned, just to come out and find solutions with residents and really have that patience and care and have that driven desire to see everyone live well and live, cohesive in cohesive communities. So thank you so much for all you're doing. This has been a challenging time. None of us expected to be going through a pandemic this term, and you guys have been handling it so professionally and with so much care for our city. So thank you so much for all you're doing.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. And that completes my comments and our thanks to everyone at Bylaw.
But maybe Councillor Vicente, we could have the 2 men of the hour, Paul and JP, who I believe are in the chambers, to say a few words and highlight the great work their team is doing. I know when I speak to Paul, he always highlights it's his team that is doing the hard work, and so maybe he'll want to say a few words as well.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Really humbled by the outpouring of thanks from the community and the council. JP and I both came to this city committed to a cause, and the cause was to do the best job we could for the city of Brampton, and we're still here doing that, and we very much appreciate the support we get. But what I really recognize in Brampton is the word team. You see it on the walls, you hear it in people's discussions, and you see it in action. And as JP and I are a team, JP and I are a team with John and James and the rest of the enforcement team. We're a team with council, we're a team with the rest of the staff at City Hall. And that's the only way that we become effective is working as that team and being cohesive and interactive. The support that you, Mayor, have given us and the support that CAO Barrick has given us has been outstanding and very well received by our staff. And our staff have responded in accord. They do the best job they can. One of the nice things I recognize from the city of Brampton, and many times when you have a program that you start, you do the kickoff party, you celebrate, you advertise, but you forget the maintenance piece of it. And the maintenance piece for us is recognizing our staff's efforts and activities right through the whole year. And you've continued to do that. And today, recognizing the staff at Enforcement Bylaw once again will go a long way to encouraging them to continue to do the good work they do. So thank you very much to each and every one of you.
Thank you very much.
It's certainly been fantastic to receive this acknowledgement this morning. But I think the main part of this is ensuring that our staff, those are the ones that are in the field, that are actually going to the calls, going to the gatherings, and put themselves in somewhat, sometimes in danger, but they're willingly prepared to do this and do this every day. So theirs should be the ones that should be behind me right now and supporting them, and the clerks and all their officers. So they're a great team. They're willing to do the work, and they're put themselves out there. But thank you for acknowledging the work that we do. We'll continue to do this. They're committed to do the work, and we always appreciate the acknowledgement.
Thanks, guys. Councillor Pleshy, you have the final word.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I did want to try and get on before the two men of the hour, but I just wanted to say, and I've said it before, and I've heard loud and clear from our bylaw managers that they're supporting the people that are out there. It's a very difficult job for us to ask. What we do ask our officers and what they go through. If you've ever had an opportunity to go on a ride along or just listen to some of their stories, you'd be completely amazed at some of the things that they go through, and some of those things is enough to drive a person insane. So I will always and continue to support our officers, and Paul, we've had this discussion before, whatever they need to do to ensure that their mental health is okay, and they know and feel the support that not only this city council but the entire city have behind them. So I just wanted to briefly take that opportunity to thank you so much and thank all of our officers. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Pleshy. And we do have the CAO who would like to also say something.
Well, that's great. Thank you, Councillor. I have to add my expression of appreciation to the Mayor and Council for this acknowledgement as well to the team. It does go a long way, certainly. As a Chief Administrative Officer, I can also add that I know Paul and JP have personally changed the culture in bylaw. It's easy to issue a ticket and walk away. It's difficult to communicate, educate, get voluntary compliance. And a normal day, when you add in the pandemic and the ever-changing issues and emergency measures, it just exasperates the challenges that certainly this group has risen to the top and consistently over and over again. And that is a true testament to the leadership in bylaw, but as well each and every member of the bylaw team to be working in a coordinated fashion and being, as Paul alluded earlier, a true team, and it's resonating in the community. So with that, thank you, Councillor Vicente, for allowing me to offer a few words.
Thank you, CAO Barrick. Now, members of committee, before we move on to our next delegation, I'd also like to circle back to item 6.2, which is the update on the COVID-19 emergency. Mayor Brown, if you're ready, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Councillor Vicente. And we've had a lot of activity in the last week. There's been attention on Brampton, given a few of our neighbors that have a high COVID-19 positivity rates. And you've heard me mention this before. I mentioned it today on our weekly press conference. If you look at the neighborhoods that are hit the hardest, they also have disproportionately higher numbers of essential workers in factory settings. And so I know there's a bit of finger pointing at Brampton and Peel Region. And I think all of us need to highlight, rather than finger pointing, we need to see appreciation. You know, these unsung heroes, you get someone working in transportation logistics or food processing or factory setting, they're taking on roles that are integral to Canada's supply chain for our food security. So if you're living in the comfort of your large home somewhere else in the province, and you go to the grocery store to get food, think of Brampton worker. If you are living in the comfort of your home, you don't have to go into work because you can work from home. And you can order your packages from Amazon. I want you to thank a Brampton worker who likely works at that Amazon facility. You know, we are at the nexus of Canada's supply chain. And so rather than have racially driven vulgar comments on social media, rather than do the easy finger pointing, I think we as a city really need to push back and say, they have our back during the pandemic. They have our back. They maintain Canada's supply chain. They maintain food security, and we should have their back. It's why I push so hard for an isolation center, and we're getting the first one in Mississauga, and I'm working with Dr. Lowe to get one in the northeast of Brampton as well. It's why we need more testing to know where the virus is. It's why we need proper sick benefits. I have to say, I brought this up a number of times. There's a 2-week sick benefit from the federal government, but I hear left, right, and center that people can't access it. It's too difficult. There's too much paperwork. And someone living paycheck to paycheck can't wait months to get that benefit. If you have a choice to go into work or put food on the table, they're going to go into work. And too often we have essential workers with symptoms going into work, or essential workers going into crowded living conditions because they can't afford to isolate. And so we need to have their back. They have had our back during the pandemic, allowing people to live the normal lives they do with grocery stores that are plentiful and supply chains that have been maintained. They have had our back. We need to have their back. And I would appreciate members of council helping me amplify that message, helping us tell our story in Brampton about the incredible role many of our residents are undertaking. I should also mention, we did have some media attention this week about an incident at One Gajora. And put that in the context that we have 100 places of worship in Brampton, and we had an incident at one of them. So we had one place that their plans were inadequate. They are receiving a summons from Brampton Bylaw that Paul Morrison talked about earlier today on CP24. But by and large, we saw a high level of compliance. And I should note the one Gajora in Anniscar where we had an issue, they were within the capacity limits inside the Gajora, only 10 people inside the Gajora. The problem is there was more than 100 people lined up on the parking lot outside the Gajora. And when they were asked to shut down, they did so immediately. They worked collaboratively with the city and Peel Police. So we are seeing the city step up and try to help. Some people say, oh, there's too many social gatherings. We were averaging in July 100+ tickets a weekend for social gatherings. Nowadays, it's 1 or 2 a weekend because there is a higher level of compliance. So we're going to get through this as a city and as a country. And I really want to thank the so many people, the so many residents who continue to step up and know that we're working closely with Dr. Lowe, the provincial and federal governments. I think we had public health meetings 3 or 4 times this past weekend. I've spoken to the Premier a number of times and the Government of Canada. And I think they're all aware of our challenges in Brampton and they're offering to help. And so I'm optimistic we're going to see additional resources coming to the city in our fight against COVID-19. I'd be happy to take any questions that council members have.
Thank you, Mayor Brannan. We do have questions lined up for you. The first from Councillor Williams.
Thank you. Through the chair, to Mayor Brown, you make a very good point. We have some of the hardest working residents and, having to choose between going to work or staying home because you're sick and getting a paycheck. I know many people make that choice to go to work. Unfortunately, it does contribute to spread and getting more people sick, and that just impacts the ability for many of our, that the service sector to be able to function because, there's a trickle down for that. So is there, I have a couple questions, but is there something else we can do in order to, I know you mentioned with the process to receive that funding, is there something you're suggesting we do as a council to really drive that message home to the other levels of government to make it more palatable for our residents who are faced with that choice between a work and a paycheck to be able to get the support that they need during this sick time? So that's just one of my questions, and then I'll get to the other ones to answer.
Good question, Councillor Williams, and maybe there is something that council can help with. You asked about a motion that could be passed. Maybe on those 2 issues, if we had a motion passed and forwarded to the federal government, it would be an official acknowledgement of our request. And so on sick benefits, requesting the Government of Canada and the Province of Ontario ensure that those in precarious employment have sick benefits that they can actually access, because right now there seems to be too much red tape in which we have those in precarious employment falling through the cracks. And the second thing on the isolation center, maybe this is 2 separate motions. Right now, the Government of Canada is funding an isolation center in Mississauga that will serve all of Peel Region. I'm worried the area that's hardest hit in the northeast of Brampton is if for some people it would be difficult using public transit to get all the way to Mississauga. There is one hotel in that quadrant that I know Public Health is looking at renting. It's a small hotel, but they believe it would work initially. And the way it works with an isolation center is it's essentially a hotel that Public Health takes over, and they have 2 workers there at the time. They got a public health worker and someone from Human Resources, and so they help people as they're going through the 14-day quarantine and letting them know when they are no longer COVID positive. And so, a motion requesting that support for the northeast of Brampton, thanking the federal government for the allocation in Mississauga for Peel Public Health, and saying that it's now time to have an isolation center in the northeast. Because think about it, as someone who's working in precarious employment, doesn't have a car, working in a factory nearby, the notion they're going to go on public transit and connect on 3 or 4 different stops to go to an isolation center somewhere in Mississauga, they don't exactly know where it is tougher. if we could say there's one nearby in a neighborhood, it's easy. Don't go back to a crowded living condition. Don't go to a busy factory. We got a great spot where you can isolate for free. So I would welcome those two motions.
And I would welcome seconding or moving those two motions, absolutely. And thank you for making that point. I think it's so incredibly frustrating to hear that, you know, we love our friends to the south of us in Mississauga, but, you know, when we have the northeast section of Brampton having some of the highest cases, and you can hear the backlash that we get in the media about it in Brampton, why having an isolation center in Mississauga is the first choice makes no sense to me. And I think we do need to really push for that isolation center here in Brampton. So I'm fully in support of that type of support for our residents. And I think even a system that allows for the businesses to be able to be compensated for any workers who are going off sick due to COVID, you know, that is something we could definitely be pushing for the government to be able to provide that kind of funding. So thank you for the answers on that. I think my next question is more for Bylaw, and you know, we just thank you and we thank Bylaw for everything that you're doing. And you know, this was a great weekend. The Diwali celebrations were incredible. My kids and I and neighbors, we lit sparklers, played music, and celebrated. It's all socially distanced, of course, on our street. It was really great. And, you know, that's the one thing I love about Brampton. We have so many different people who celebrate and practice so many different religions, but we know how to celebrate together despite our background. And I think that is the key to connected communities. But, you know, I think, and I believe Councillor Singh mentioned it earlier, there are some people who do not follow the guidelines in our bylaws. And I think what I heard very loud and clear from many residents, very upset about fireworks going off at like 1:30 in the morning, and you know, kids being woken up and not being able to sleep. So is there something, and my question is to staff, that we can do for celebrations? I know this might not be related to COVID, so if it's in the wrong place, please forgive me and let me know where it should be. But I'm just wondering if there is a conversation that we can help either educate or get the message out around our bylaw for fireworks. We are getting closer to other celebrations, and we want to just make sure that people are respecting their neighbors and respecting, you know, the sleep that many of our young kids need, and so on and so forth. So that is my second question.
Thank you, Councillor David here. So I think that's something that we can have as a takeaway in consultation with communications and bylaw.
Okay, great. And if there is something you need to like communications or anything that needs to be done, we'd be happy to support any kind of communications initiative to really get that message home around. And actually, what time are you supposed to stop letting fireworks off? Is there a time in our bylaws?
Thank you, Councillor. So David here, that's something we'll have to review and can provide it in response later today via email.
Okay, that would be really great, just so we can pass it on to some of our residents. I think some people were saying you shouldn't do it after 10, some people are saying you shouldn't do it after 11, so just to get that clarity would be very helpful.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you. We'll move on to Councillor Pleshy.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for the update. I guess for the most part, I agree with what you're saying, Mr. Mayor, about ultimately this weekend was pretty good. I did have an opportunity to take a drive out that night and saw some of the fireworks that was happening, and I kind of saw that it was really just a few people, the family home, coming outside, lighting off some fireworks with the lights and celebrations, and you know, it made me definitely proud to be a Bramptonian, seeing many residents doing that. Of course, you always have that one. I did hear some fireworks off at 2:30 in the morning, but like any holiday or celebration, you're always going to get that. Mr. Mayor, the question that I had for you, though, in relation to the Gurdwara that Bylaw had attended, I did notice that there were, yes, they were abiding by all the rules and regulations around what was happening inside, but outside, I find it difficult. I'm in constant communication with some of the smaller grocery stores in the areas that Councillor Willens and I represent, and they always find it difficult to crowd control outside their business. And if you're looking at the Gurdwara like a business, as a place of worship, it's very difficult. I think it's difficult for us to ask them to have that control, not directly right outside the doors, but more in the parking lot or kind of off of their property. You have any comments on that?
I think Paul Morrison could speak directly to that. I would say that there are responsibilities if you are having an event with 200 people on your parking lot or 200 people indoors, although indoors is a safer environment. I mean, indoors is a less safe environment, outdoors is a safer environment. The reason the province has regulations for how many people you can have outdoors right now is because if there's not physical distancing available, it can be a high-risk environment, even if it's outdoors. And so there is some obligations on businesses and places of worship to make sure that they don't exceed capacity limits outdoors.
Yeah, no, and I recognize Paul and JP are no longer in the chambers, but you had made the comment about that on social media, so maybe I just wanted to bring that up and really use this as a learning tool when we're planning communities, when we're planning by design of some of these retail plazas. These are some of the things that we need to look at, and in terms of some of the smaller grocery stores that I'm talking to, I don't find that their retail strip plaza was designed for that type of grocery store and that amount of people. So I think that this is something that we need to be using as a tool in terms of when we build communities, we plan by design to ensure that when the knock on wood, any future pandemics come about, we're ready with the go ahead in terms of how we can keep people safe. The other question that I had in relation to the employees, Mr. Mayor, you talked about the unsung heroes out there that are testing positive for doing God's work. But what I wanted to ask, maybe if the CAO or maybe even Chief Boys could talk about some of the positive cases that we have had here in the city in terms of Brampton Transit, Brampton Fire, or anybody else. Where are we in our cases and what we're doing about it?
Thank you, Councillor Gillespie, and I think David or Bill can answer that. I would note that Bill Boys shared in our chat group the answer to the previous question. The fireworks bylaw, page 3, part 16, no person shall set off permitted fireworks except between the hours of dusk and 11 p.m. So you can't do it after 11 p.m. and it's why there was 57 firework charges by bylaw this past weekend, because there was individuals that did not abide by the regulations on the time and the use of long-range fireworks. You can use short-range fireworks on private property, not long-range fireworks. And so of the literally 40,000 people that are using fireworks in Brampton this past weekend, we had 57 that breached the obligations and they received fines. So thank you for asking that, Charmaine, and for we can clarify it with your residents. And David and Bill, do you have the number for Councillor Gillespie on the number of our employees that have tested positive?
Through the mayor, to Councillor Pelletier, I don't have that number offhand, but we can look that up and get it to you. I know that we do spend a lot of time as our corporate incident management team working to ensure that we put all the safety procedures and protocols in place within the workplace. And for the vast majority, and I'll say if not all, the cases are not arising as a spread through the workplace. So we're typically seeing it from outside of the workplace when people are on their off time. But I'll let the CAO Barrick reply if he has any additional information.
Well, that's great. Thank you, Chief Boyes. So that's correct. The cases that have occurred at the city were not contacted or contracted through the workplace. So I think that's an important element for the public to understand as well. We do have a public-facing webpage, FAQ section on our website for COVID-19 that highlights the public-facing staff that have been tested positive for COVID-19, not them individually, but rather the areas or spaces. In other words, if it's a crossing guard or rec staff or a bus operator, those we are informing publicly as well. So I'd encourage folks to take a look at our FAQ section on the COVID-19 webpage. With respect to the actual number, Councillor Pelletier will have to get that number and share it as soon as possible.
Councillor Pelletier, do you have any further questions?
No, I guess it's not clear, and so I'm asking for numbers. You're directing me to a site to find out, how we are in the city. So you don't have any of the numbers that have tested positive in the city of Brampton currently?
Sorry, Council. So we have had over the course of this pandemic 29 public-facing staff over the course of time. In other internal ones, I don't have that number with me right now.
Okay, thank you, David.
Thank you, Councillor Pelletier. Next, I have Councillor Whillans.
Yeah, thank you through the chair to the mayor. I guess it's not really more of a question. It's more of, I guess it's a question. And I think Councillor Williams alluded to it. With all the criticism we heard from South, and I won't call them my friends, why were they given the first isolation center? Maybe if you could find that out. It's great that you're working on getting one for us, Mr. Mayor, and any help the council can do. Absolutely. But I'm just curious why they were awarded with all the criticism you see in the news about Brampton. It just doesn't make sense because we're in this as a region, not an individual city. So
yeah,
just my comment.
Good question, Dr. Owens. Some PL services are provided region-wide, and in the case of water treatment facility, that's in Mississauga, but it serves the entire region. Dr. Lowe identified a site in Mississauga that was that he thought was a good location, and that's where he put the isolation. Originally, we were finding a hotel to help with some of our vulnerable populations, a sort of a homeless shelter for people that couldn't, that were from our vulnerable homeless community that were having COVID challenges as well. Please don't forget, this pandemic has laid bare some of the inequalities. So earlier on in the pandemic, we got funding for a version of an isolation center for homeless and vulnerable populations, and they picked a hotel in Mississauga. When Dr. Lowe put in an application for the Public Health Canada, they felt that having the location at the same site would make sense. So if there was 30 rooms being used by vulnerable communities, and there's an additional 30, 40, 50, 60, 70 rooms, up to 70 rooms for those essential workers that need to isolate. Because they have staff on site from public health, they have an HR person, a healthcare worker, to have people in the same site kept the human resources costs down. And that's why it was explained to me from public health, that's why they wanted to have both locations at the same site. I have articulated to Dr. Lowe that I believe it's critical we have a site in the northeast quadrant, because some people don't have the means of public transit or a car, and public transit can be difficult sometimes. And so I'm hopeful we're going to get an additional site, but the current site in Mississauga, it doesn't service only Mississauga, it services Brampton, Mississauga, and Caledon.
Okay, yeah, I understand that part of it, but just because we will get questions from the public on why they got it, and that clarification makes sense. Okay, thanks.
But I would welcome, I'll just say this again, if someone could draft a motion on both those points for sick benefits and for an isolation center in the northeast of Brampton, I would appreciate that council endorsement of those requests. Councillor Singh, maybe you want to draft the one for the northeast of Brampton because it's in your area, or Councillor Dillon, and then Councillor Williams, maybe while we're talking, you can wordsmith with Peter Fay the sick benefit one.
Thank you. And next we have Councillor Santos.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Mayor, for the updates. I think one of the things that I have seen, particularly on social media lately, has been various finger pointing and comments around, okay, well, you know, nobody had that message for Thanksgiving. Nobody had that message for Halloween to stay home. Why is it that everyone is picking on Diwali? At the end of the day, I think that the message has been very clear coming from the City of Brampton and Peel Public Health that we are asking all residents, regardless of what the event is, we've got Christmas coming up as well as other holidays that are coming up, to please stay with and celebrate virtually, or please celebrate only with those within your own household. It doesn't matter what event it is, and the finger pointing is not helpful. We just need everybody to do their part, celebrate within their own household, or celebrate virtually. So I wanted to bring that up because I saw a lot of that happening on social media, and I am very happy to hear that there was only one temple that was a problem for us for Diwali. And let's see in the next couple of weeks how the numbers pop up in terms of what the impact potentially was for the weekend celebration. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Dillon.
I just want to say to Councillor Santos's point, that is important to underline. We certainly don't want any one community to be stigmatized, and the public health advice goes to every community in the city. I know we're a little bit more vulnerable right now because we're in the midst of the second wave, but just yesterday, at the advice of public health, the annual Christmas market was canceled. That was going to be this weekend, and so the same precautions will be happening at Christmas time, if we're in the midst of this, continue to be in the midst of the second wave. And as Dr. Naveed Mohammed said on the call, we had a call with the Gajuras and the Mandirs. He said that he's a practicing Muslim, and that he would be asking for the same advice to every masjid in the city when they have Eid, because he just says right now the situation is so precarious with healthcare capacity, and it's just it's not about any one group. It's about us all working together and knowing what the upcoming large events are, and we have to adapt.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillor Dillon, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me, Councillor Vicente? Yeah, thank you so much. I think it's a fruitful discussion, and so I got a couple of points I just want to make real quick. But I think in terms of what Councillor Santos had mentioned, I do agree. But I think some of the issue that I had when we had the special meeting was some of the language that was used, and I know we used the word aggressive, and I think my whole point at that time was that, you know, we can accomplish the same thing with a little bit more polite writing, and I think we ended up getting some better wording in that motion. And so, but the couple of points I just wanted to make was, you know, vast majority of wards 9 to 10 residents are taxi drivers, they're truckers, they work in factories, and they work a lot of those precarious positions. And some of the the comments I'm hearing on or reading on social media have become almost racist now, and I think that's unfortunate. I think a couple of articles that I read where the mayor and Jiskant Singh Sandhu, who's a community activist, they've kind of cleared some of these misconceptions. And I've seen some more positive feedback from some of our residents, and they're a little bit more understanding. And so we got a really hardworking group of residents in Ward 9 and 10. I want to commend them for continuing to do the hard work, and hopefully we'll be able to get the numbers down here. Second thing is, I think in terms of Diwali and Bandi Chhod Divas, I think there may be a misconception that a lot of the residents want fireworks. I was on a few radio shows where they had a call in, and I would say the vast majority of people said they want to actually cancel fireworks as a whole. They believe it is dangerous, whether it's Victoria Day or whether it's July 1st, Canada Day, or whether it's Diwali. And so I think that may be a conversation to be had going forward, where we have the city hold the fireworks, and it's an opportunity for it to be, when COVID is over, obviously, where we can have sponsorship, we can have people come to Chinguzi Park, for example, and set up shops, and it become a good festive set up tables, and be a festive event where people come together. So that's maybe a conversation going forward as well. Gurdwaras, I know particularly in recent years, have moved away from fireworks celebrations on their properties as well. And so the majority of them were good. I think one bad apple spoiled the bunch. And for some reason, I'm not sure why, South Asian community in particular is the butt end of a lot of jokes, even though it's just one situation where one person does something. But, we have all of Brampton put on some meme or is on the opposite end of a joke. And I think that's unfair to our residents. We've got a hardworking population here. I think all of our places of worship contribute in a great way. And so I just wanted to thank them, and just also mention that I think it's definitely worth conversation going forward, where we just completely ban, like Mississauga, and I think some other municipalities have the use and the sales of fireworks. Thank you.
Are there any other questions, Chair Basante? Your mute is on. Councillor Basante, your mute is on.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the update. There are no further questions from committee, and the clerk has put up 3 motions. I believe the first motion was to be moved by, was that from you, Mayor?
I think the sick benefits one, Councillor Williams wanted to move, and then the isolation center, Councillor Singh. And I suggested all of council second both motions.
Thank you, and the clerk will so note. So I'll read out the motion just for the record, or can we take them as read on the screen?
We can take them as read, I believe.
Okay, members of committee, we have first motion moved by Councillor Williams.
Point of clarification. Through the chair, I see there's 3. So the first motion and the third motion are, wouldn't they be combined? Because they're almost asking for the same thing, or is that just a typo?
The clerk is working to combine them.
Okay, thank you. And could we have a recorded vote on both of these items, please?
Very good. And Mr. Clerk, if you could just display the entire motion. I'll just give members just a few moments. Thank you. Members of council, the motion is before you, and I'll ask the clerk to administer the vote.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. Members of committee, the first recorded vote is on the motion on the screen, is moved by Councillor Williams. All in favor, please indicate. Councillor Santos?
Yes.
Chair Vasante,
Yes.
Councillor Willens,
Yes.
Councillor Paleshi,
Yes.
Councillor Bowman,
Yes.
Councillor Medeiros,
Yes.
Councillor Williams,
Yes.
Councillor Fortini,
Yes.
Councillor Singh,
Yes.
thank you. Councillor Dillon,
Yes.
thank you. Mayor Brown,
Yes.
Mr. Chair, that carries unanimously, 11-0. The second
Thank you,
motion for recorded vote is moved by Councillor Singh, as shown on the screen. All members, please indicate. Councillor Santos,
Yes.
Chair Vasante,
Yes.
Councillor Willens,
Yes.
Councillor Paleshi,
Yes.
Councillor Bowman,
Yes.
Councillor Medeiros,
Yes.
Councillor Williams,
Yes.
Councillor Fortini,
Yes.
thank you. Councillor Singh,
Yes.
thank you. Councillor Dillon,
Yes.
thank you. Mayor Brown,
Yes.
thank you. That motion carries unanimously, 11-0.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk and members of the committee. We have a motion moved by Councillor Williams to receive this COVID-19 update. Any opposed? That also carries. All right, now next we have item 7.5, delegations from various individuals regarding establishing a trap and neuter TNR program for feral cats in the city of Brampton. And today we have a number of delegations. We have Monica Suds, who is a volunteer and action volunteer for animals. We have Martin Field, the founder and administrator of Paws for Ontario, Pet Adoption as a working solution for Ontario. Cole Alexander, volunteer, Action Volunteers for Animal. We have Heather McLeod, TNR community volunteer. Denise Harkin, president of Action and Volunteers for Animal. These delegations include a number of information items, including with the agenda, including a petition and correspondence identified as item 11.4.1 on our agendas. Welcome, Monica. You're first. You have 5 minutes.
So Monica, you can unmute your microphone. It is active now. So Monica, I will unmute your mic. There you go.
Oh, I think
Please
I
proceed.
figured it out. Hi, thank you. Sorry, just also to let you know that Denise Harkins is with me. So when it's, she always has technical issues. So when it's her turn to speak, then you'll have to revert back to mine because she's not signed on separately.
Very good.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead.
So good morning, Mayor, City Councillors. My name is Monica Suds, and I'm here to speak to you about TNVR or TNRM. I work full-time. I also spend equivalent time and energy in the rescue of cats and volunteering with Action Volunteers for Animals. Over the years, I have been involved with AVA. I have found that we have increasingly had more and more overwhelming requests from the public about TNRM, and especially from Brampton residents and business owners. It is now time for the City of Brampton to come along the rest of Peel region and most of the GTA communities and adopt TNRM. TNRM has traditionally been known as trap, neuter, return, and manage of feral cat colonies. What many of you may not know is that the City of Brampton, as well as all cities across Ontario, across Canada, North America, and all over the world, there are free-roaming cats. Free-roaming cats will continue to reproduce without a plan to stop that reproduction. In Brampton, as in most communities, there are volunteers whose personal interest it is to trap, spay or neuter, vaccinate, and then return these under-socialized or unadoptable cats to their communities where they reside. And it ought to be, in fact, the responsibility of the local animal service to take the lead to educate the public about appropriate spay and neuter procedures and also the proper management of these colonies. Free roaming cats are often fed by caring taxpayers, residents, and local business owners. TNR is a responsibly managed program which ensures proper feeding protocols are followed, meaning cats are fed to ensure that other wildlife feeding does not occur. And proper TNRM protocols also include site cleanliness to ensure the presentation of clean communities. With cats being trapped, then spayed or neutered, they are also vaccinated for FERCP, which has formerly been known as distemper vaccine, and they're also vaccinated for rabies. Rabies has practically been eradicated in the cat community in Ontario for at least 15 to 20 years now. And ensuring that free-roaming cats are vaccinated against rabies ought to be the city's priority and responsibility to continue to ensure public safety. The final component of TNVRM is that these cats are returned to the communities in which they were born and raised. And I say that specifically, it's important to stress that a feral or community cat be returned to their colony, not simply released. Sometimes it's referred to as TNR, and the R means release. But for me, released has connotations that a cat is simply released without an adequate plan. Cats are returned to their colonies, to the communities they know, to the caretakers who had been and will continue to care for them. And simultaneously, as we speak about returning cats, we speak about the management of colonies. Colonies which are run properly, will be set up properly, will be clean, and will not attract wildlife. I want to add that often people call saying that I don't want cats, I don't want the cats, and they want them removed, and that they don't want to continue to care for them. Moving cats from their home communities is not advisable as unsafe for the cats, and it simply creates a vacuum effect, which means that other cats simply move in. This is another critical aspect of public education, of educating the public that these cats exist and often pre-existing some current residents, and that they will continue to exist. But with TNVRM, the numbers of cats in those colonies will decrease. The numbers of kittens born will also decrease. And over time, with a successfully managed colony, that colony will cease to exist. TNVRM is a compassionate way to gradually reduce the numbers of free-roaming cats. It must happen with the support of your animal service. And first and foremost, it must happen with the support of this mayor and city council. Caledon Animal Services, at the initiative of their shelter supervisor, implemented TNVRM. They also have a budget of $10,000, I believe. Their city council changed the bylaws to incorporate TNVRM and have added the budget and a plan for public education in order to ensure that the success of this initiative. Mississauga Animal Services held public consultations, sought input from the delegates here before you today, from Toronto Humane Society, and you do have a letter of support about TNR from them, and from many other local rescues and communities partners. This initiative requires community involvement, which is absolutely integral to the success of this initiative. We need your support, and we need a change to the current bylaws that do not protect the cats and the citizens of the city who take care of these cats. So we have previously met, actually in October 2019, with Kathy Duncan, the manager of your animal services, with James Laflamme, and we've had conversations about TNR. At this point, nothing has moved forward, and that's over a year ago. So that is why we're coming forward to talk about TNR to you today. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Martin. Martin, please go ahead.
Yes, hello. Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of our committee for giving me the opportunity to present the PowerPoint presentation. My name is Martin Field. I'm a resident of Oshawa, and I have successfully assisted local feral colony cat caretakers establish TNR provisions in Clarington, Oshawa, Whitby, and Georgina. I have also contributed information and been a stakeholder attendee at meetings in Mississauga and Caledon with their respective members of staff regarding implementing enhancing TNRM. And we add the M onto TNR because we absolutely want to stress that it's a responsibly managed program. I would like I would also like to point out that this presentation was created by Penny Cookson, who, as a volunteer director of Community Cats Toronto, and this was used when we jointly advocated for a TNR program before the City of Oshawa. As such, and with Penny's permission, I will speak about the role that Community Cats Toronto. Slide 2, please. Yes. Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, please proceed.
Oh, thank you. Yes. The whole reason Community Cats Toronto was formed was to establish a standard set of training protocols to ensure best practices are followed by colony caretakers wherever those colonies exist. This is to ensure responsible management of a colony and to ensure the best outcome for the cats and the residents. One of the key ingredients to a successful TNRM program point out that Community Cats Toronto has hosted training in Brampton, and according to their latest records, a total of 66 Brampton residents have taken the certified 2-hour course. In addition, a total of 98 colonies have been registered in the Brampton area. I should note that a colony caretaker often looks after more than one colony. If I could have slide 3, please. Yes, this colony led to the formation of Toronto Feral Cat Coalition in 2010 and comprised of Toronto Animal Services, Toronto Humane Society, the OSPCA, Toronto Street Cats, Animal Alliance Canada, Community Cats Toronto, Toronto Cat Rescue, and Annex Cat Rescue. This colony comprised of 10 cats and is now 10 years old, but has not produced any kittens since they were TNR'd. It is one of over 430 registered colonies that are located as far north as Barrie, as far south as Leamington, and as far east as Peterborough. 12 years ago, there were no resources, and it was prior to the practice of ear tipping. Ear tipping, the removal of approximately a quarter inch of the ear, gives a quick and reliable visual. In this photograph, as I say, it's in a very, very early colony, so they do not show ear tipping, which is today the standard practice. If I could have slide 4, please. Okay. Key challenges in forming were building trust between the organizations, differing approaches to TNR, and over the course of time achieving a common set of protocols and definitions as to who does what. A key milestone was the establishment of a TNR program in the City of Toronto, championed by then Councillor Glenn de Bearmaker. Community Cats Toronto has now a lot of resources, one of which is the one. Hello?
Yeah, just 1 minute. Go ahead.
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. Community Cats Toronto now has a lot of resources, one of which is the 166-page caretaker handbook that has been attached to this committee's agenda. If I could have slide 5, please. Yes, as you can see, coalition members fulfill different roles. Some fulfill roles providing trap banks, others educational and support, such as coaching, foster care for rescue groups, and providing shelters, and animal control covered by Toronto Animal Services, the OSPCA.
Mr. Field, your time has expired, so I have to ask you to just
provide, bring forth valuable resources.
Mr. Field,
if I could have slide 6, please.
Mr. Field, are you able to hear me? Your time has expired.
Yes, I am.
Okay, your time has expired, so I need to ask you to allow the next delegate, Nicole Alexander, to proceed. Nicole, are you there?
I'm here.
All right, the floor is yours. You have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Nicole Alexander. I have been a Brampton resident and taxpayer for 24 years. I volunteer with the cat rescue represented today, Action Volunteers for Animals. As a volunteer, I trap community cats / feral cats, take them to clinics to be neutered and spayed, and I also recover them before returning them to their colonies to be cared for by their colony caretakers. I do this in my spare time when I'm not working my full-time job of Monday to Friday, 9 to 5. I also do this at no cost to the nonprofit organization ABA or to the City of Brampton. I yearly spend thousands of dollars in the cost of materials, gas, wear and tear on my vehicle, and my time. I do this because I, like all of the people represented here today, care for animals, specifically cats. This includes the feral community cats of Brampton. I'm here today to speak about the management part of TNR. While it is vital that feral cats are spayed and neutered, vaccinated, microchipped, and returned to their colonies, we need to ensure that the colony they are being returned to is appropriately managed and cared for. Colony caretakers are responsible for providing food, water, adequate shelter, and monitoring the cat's health. They also monitor all the cats in the colony, and if a new cat arrives, plans are made to TNR that cat to maintain the colony. When a colony is cared for appropriately, the number of cats in the colony will decrease due to attrition. Nuisance behaviors such as spraying, excessive noise making, fighting are generally decreased, and no additional kittens are born. Before and after I TNR a feral cat, I work with colony caretakers to ensure that they have everything they need to manage the colony appropriately. This often comes at my own personal cost. I ensure that they have an established feeding site or feeding station for the cats so that they know where and when to expect their food. Creating a feeding station is encouraged as this will establish a specific area where the cats will feed. The feeding station should be off the ground so as to discourage rodents. Establishing feeding times during the day and keeping the feeding area clean helps with deterring animals such as skunks, raccoons, and other wildlife. It should also be covered to protect the food. Additionally, when cats have a dependable and predictable food source, they're less likely to source out their own food, such as birds, and will remain close to their colony caretaker. This significantly decreases the complaints from neighbors regarding community cats roaming on their property and chasing birds. Colony caretakers are responsible for creating feeding stations, purchasing all food and supplies to feed the cats. While feral cats will build a protective coat for the winter months, which provides them some insulation, if the cat's fur gets wet or frozen, this can result in hypothermia, health issues such as upper respiratory infections, and even death. Additionally, cats can get frostbite on their ears, nose, and paws. To offset this effect, colony cats need appropriate shelters for inclement weather. The amount of shelters the colony has depends on the amount of cats living in that colony. Toronto Street Cats, a nonprofit organization, has volunteers that make appropriate outdoor shelters. They are lined with Durofoam to insulate and filled with straw, which is a good conductor of body heat and resistant to mold. Colony caretakers are able to purchase these shelters from Toronto Street Cats at $15 each. Some colony caretakers, however, choose to provide heated shelters, which they outsource and purchase at their own cost. We believe that while this is an excellent resource, colony caretakers should be able to access these services in the municipality in which they live. Not all feral cats colonies are located on private property, however. There are a number of cat colonies located on municipally owned public green space. This presents a challenge for colony caretakers as the cats require all the shelters and feeding areas already discussed. It is vital that rescue organizations, colony caretakers, and the city come together collectively to care for these cats. Due to existing bylaws prohibiting erecting structures on municipally owned property, we have seen many feeding stations and shelters removed by bylaw officers who are simply enforcing their bylaws. There need to be changes to these bylaws to allow for specific structures pertaining to the care and management of feral cats living on municipal property. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Heather. And next, we will circle back and ask Denise Harkin to speak. Denise.
Sorry, Mr. Chair. Heather McLeod is to speak before Denise.
Hello.
Very good.
Hello.
I am sorry, Heather McLeod, you are next. My apologies.
Thank you. That's quite all right. Thank you so much, councillors, Mayor. I'm going to say I am a resident of Brampton for more than 25 years, and I've been rescuing cats for more than 15. A cute little calico came into my yard in the fall of 2005 with a belly so big she could hardly stand up on her back legs. I knew I had to catch her and bring her in to have her babies, but I didn't know what to do. And if it wasn't for the lady at the Brampton Home Depot that showed me how to use the Have a Heart raccoon trap, I never would have caught the little mama. In 2011, I learned about the Toronto Feral Cat Project and how they were helping people in the GTA access a TNR clinic at the Toronto Humane Society. I was able to take their training, get my TNR work certificate, and since then I was able to TNR more than 100 Brampton cats, 2 at a time through the Toronto Humane Society's TNR clinic, driving to 11 River Street in Toronto twice a day to drop them off at 7 a.m. and pick them back up at 4:30. In 2015, I found out about the Cat Rescue AVA, Action Volunteers for Animals, and they were able to help me get dozens of tame cats and litters of kittens from Brampton colonies into loving homes. Since finding this group of trappers and the rescue community, I found out that most municipalities in southwestern Ontario have adopted some form of change to their animal services and animal bylaws to protect and facilitate TNR. The City of Toronto was making these changes more than 10 years ago, and even the other 2 municipalities in Peel adopted these changes more than 2 years ago. Trap, Neuter, Return is the most efficient program to manage the feral cat issue. There are thousands of communities in North America that have proven success with this program. Since 2002, I have TNR'd more than 300 Brampton cats and have a return rate of about 65%, which means I generally reduce the colony population by approximately 35%, removing adoptable adult cats and kittens for the colony. I myself have assisted more than 50 Brampton households and businesses address the issue of cats in their yard, all of whom did not get the assistance that they had hoped for from Brampton Animal Services. I lost my space, hold on. From Brampton Animal Services. Instead, they received responses like, we don't do ferals, or don't feed them and they'll go away, or if you bring them here, we'll just kill them. Clearly, the residents of Brampton I have encountered believe that there should be a humane and compassionate solution to this issue, and clearly they believe the municipal's animal services should be part of it. And yet we still have no protection with the current bylaws for these cats or for the people that look after them. Many are harassed and bullied by neighbors, and there is no one who will help them educate these neighbors. In 2017, Action Volunteers for Animals sought and obtained a TNR grant from PetSmart Charities. Oh my God, I've lost my space again. Sorry.
Fine, you have about 2 minutes left.
Oh, good. I'm running because I was afraid of that. We obtained a PetSmart Charities grant that provided funds to TNR 200 cats, enabling AVA to utilize the services of some of their vets to arrange for these TNRs. Through this grant activity, we were able to help dozens of people in Brampton as we advised Brampton Animal Services of this grant opportunity, and they told people to get in contact with AVA to help obtain this TNRing of the cats the cats that they were calling about. Since the start of the PetSmart Charities grant program in the spring of 2017 through to August 31, 2020, AVA has received 96 calls for help to address feral cats as a direct result of being directed by Brampton Animal Services. And these are only the people that contacted AVA for help. How many more called Brampton Animal Services and didn't receive that information? Toronto Street Cats and the Toronto Humane Society, that both have clinics for workshop certificate holders, identified almost 200 Brampton cats across more than 50 Brampton colonies TNR'd at their clinics between March 2014 and April 2019. And these numbers are not exhaustive. We know that other trappers in Brampton that use other TNR clinics and services. Toronto Community Cats has advised that since 2014, 66 people from Brampton have obtained their TNR workshop certificate to enable them to utilize the Toronto Street Cats and the Toronto Humane Society clinics. TNR clinic, sorry. Once again, clearly there is a need in this community for assistance in addressing the feral cat situation in Brampton, and clearly these communities believe that Brampton Animal Services should be part of this assistance. With all of that said, many communities have made meaningful strides in addressing the concern of feral cats. It's time for Brampton Animal Services to provide accurate and useful information for residents to understand what services are available. Changes need to be made to the bylaw to protect thousands of feral cats and the people looking after them. And if I have enough time left to speak, I will tell you that I have 4 colonies that I look after. There are almost 18 cats. I have a group of friends that help, so I only have to go a couple of days. 2 of them are in public green space, and 1 destroyed last year. And we actually did get some help from Animal Services, but that was it. They just let us put the structure back, but there was no additional assistance since then. So
thank you, Heather. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you. And now, last but not least, Denise Harkin. Denise. Denise, are you there?
Denise, you can go ahead. I've unmuted
Hello,
Monica's
my name is Denise
device.
Harkins. I'm from Action Volunteers for Animals. I've been doing trap, neuter, return, manage for over 20 years throughout the GTA. It is my belief that animal services are to provide a service to all domestic animals in the community, whether tame, feral, or somewhere in between. That includes injured domestic animals and wildlife, whether that be through transfer of services, veterinary care, or humane euthanasia. The non-socialized cats in your community are just as important when it comes to care or services as are the sweet domestic kittens in the shelter looking for permanent homes. They also need to be looked after, spayed or neutered, vaccinated, microchipped. Barn homes are not the solution for the many extensive number of cats needing TNR. TNR is not perfect, but is the best solution I know of to help feral cats in our community. Our rescue works well with Brampton Animal Services. We TNR many cats in Brampton not suitable for adoption, but healthy and not socialized. People feed and provide shelter. Many of these cats we assist come to us through calls from Brampton residents, contact us forms on our website, many directly from the shelter. It is becoming prohibitive from $1 and volunteer time, ability, and finances to be able to continue to help without direct support of the city of Brampton. Brampton, due to the number of free-roaming cats and community population, is badly in need of a city-initiated TNR program. What do we want from the city of Brampton? We would like a change in the bylaws to protect feral cats and their caretakers and to ensure no license is required for free-roaming cats. We have done this in other municipalities, and in some cases it took just over a week. We would also like an education pamphlet available at the shelter, libraries, community centers, online on your website, and at local vet clinics, so people can easily access information on feral cats, because many members of the community do not know or understand the difference between stray and feral. Education also about not feeding without TNR. We're not looking for colonies to grow. TNR stabilizes and reduces colony size almost immediately, as opposed to escalating in huge numbers. Consistent education to callers over the phone and also online and via bylaw and animal services staff. We would also like a trap bank available to registered colony caretakers in Brampton. And twice a year community TNR workshops in the Brampton area at a community center or shelter when COVID is over, and funds for TNR to be used as needed, provided by the city of Brampton. There are many municipalities in the GTHA that have TNR: Oshawa, Whitby, Pickering, Toronto, London, Caledon, Markham, Mississauga, London, Kingston, Hamilton, and many others. And we feel it's time Brampton came on board fully with this model. Brampton has a large percentage of feral cats based on the human population, and we feel a TNR program would be a huge benefit to helping both people and animals. Whether you like cats or not, feed them or don't, TNR works to reduce the feline population humanely. How would this program work? colonies would need to be identified. Caretakers would register their colony. Tame cats and kittens would be removed for adoption. Everybody is scanned for microchips. Individuals could work with rescues to TNR cats either at city vet clinics or via rescue groups. The city already has vet clinics that they work with, usually via a tender. Those clinics may or may not be interested in working with ferals. If not, rescues also have existing relationships with vet clinics in Brampton
1 minute.
and others that can be sought out based on funding available. We propose the city set aside a set dollar amount to be used when necessary, and either cats are sterilized at Brampton's vets or through rescues vets and bills submitted. We do this at several municipalities we work with, and it works out fine. We then bill the city with all required forms or information. Our costs are the same or lower than city vets. Sometimes the vets the city uses are full with adoptable cats going for sterilization before adoption. The city is provided with all information, including numbers of cats, socialization status, vet records, microchip numbers. All cats would be spayed or neutered, including abortion for pregnant cats, vaccinated FBRCP, and preferably 3-year rabies, given Revolution, a basic vet check, microchip implant, and left ear tip to identify them as feral-free roaming cats.
Thank you,
If
Denise.
city vets are interested in coming on board, we would be happy to assist with information. And for safety reasons, all cats must be sedated in traps and returned in traps to their colonies after surgery and monitored.
Thank you. Okay, thank you everyone for your delegations. I have our Chair of Community Services, Councillor Santos, on the board.
Thank you through you, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much to all of the delegates for presenting today, as well as all of the correspondence, I believe, from delegates who submitted correspondence on this issue. We appreciate all of your compassion and care and volunteer work and efforts when it comes to the caring of our animals. Some of our councillors have been in touch with Kathy Duncan to get a briefing on what has been done so far to address some of the concerns and with respect to the bylaw that is being requested. So I'm going to ask if Kathy Duncan is here, if she could provide us with an update and a response to the delegates in the correspondence submitted at today's meeting.
Hello, it's Kathy Duncan. Can you hear me?
Yes.
So thank you very much, and thank you to the delegates as well. By way of an update, I can let you know that we did, in the budget process, go through and ensure that we requested $10,000 be added to the operating account. We're in the process of the budget deliberations for the city, and those will be heard by council over the course of the next few weeks. So we're hopeful that that money will be approved. We are also in anticipation of that approval being given. We're looking at putting together a program and in the process currently of just working through what some of the other programs are across the municipalities that have been mentioned by the delegates. We've sent a staff member for the second time to be certified through the Toronto Community Cats program. So we are familiar with how that program is run. Excuse me, let's see what else. We have been identified as a Tier 2 shelter for the Human Animal Support Services program, which is a new initiative which is actually an international initiative. And we are, part of that initiative is specific to working with the community in regards to all cats in the community, not just ferals, but also healthy stray cats. So we are looking to change our policies with respect to the intake of healthy stray cats specifically, which should allow us to have additional resource available to provide some of the additional assistance that's being required specific to feral cats and a TNR management program. I believe that's most of it. I'm interested to note, I believe it was Heather McLeod indicated that there was bylaw, or it might have been Martin, with respect to the removal of structures on private property. So certainly not something that falls under the animal services bylaw.
It was public private. It was public property. It was public property.
Okay. So I would need a reference as to which bylaw that is actually in order to reach out to the department responsible for that bylaw, as I wasn't aware that that was contained. And I know that I'd had some conversation, as Heather mentioned, with her last year when some feral cat shelters were removed, and we worked to try and provide assistance to ensure that once shelters were re-erected that they would not be removed. So we had some difficulty determining who actually removed those shelters. None of the staff in either Public Works or Parks that I reached out to were aware of their teams or contractors under them being responsible for the removal of those structures. So that's something that we're committed to work through as well. I think that's it for me at this point.
Okay, Councillor Santos.
Thank you very much. And I believe Councillor Willens has a quick comment afterwards, but I'm happy to move for receipt the delegations, and with thanks to all of the delegates who very passionately delegated today.
Thank you, Councillor Santos. Councillor Willens, the floor is yours.
Yes, just quickly, I was pleased to see get the email from Kathy and her department that we're working towards this. This is an issue. Thank you, delegates, for coming forward. I mean, we had where I live is we were fortunate enough to have a few outbuildings that we used to have quite a few feral cats come, and we tend to them. But some we took in, and some we kept as pets. And my brother took one, and I think it just recently passed away. I guess 15 years, so he had that cat. But thank you for coming in and bringing this issue up again. I'm glad that the city is working in a positive direction, and hopefully we can get another animal services building built on the west side of the city so that we can address it, so it's not so citywide spread. But thank you again for coming in, and thank you, Kathy, for addressing this. And hopefully, if we need more money, then let's try and put more money in future budgets. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Willens, and thank you, staff, and to our delegates for coming in today. Members of the committee, I have a motion moved by Councillor Santos to receive the delegations and the correspondence and to refer the request to staff for a report back. All in favor? Any opposed?
Sorry,
That
Mr. Chair.
carries.
My
Yes.
apologies. I believe Councillor Santos just moved receipt and not a
I'm-
referral. But Councillor Santos, do you wish to confirm? Because I understood from the remarks
Yes,
from the manager of Animal Services that this matter is being looked into.
Indeed. So this is just receipt because all of this feedback is being looked into by Animal Services staff anyway. So it's just for receipt. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Councillor Santos. So we have a motion correction moved by Councillor Santos to receive the delegations and correspondence. All in favor? Any opposed? And that carries. Thank you.
Nothing. Means nothing, right? Because Kathy's covered her.
No, as the Chair of Community Services pointed out, that this is work that is being done already by our staff. Thank you. So next, members of committee, our next item is item 7.6, a delegation from Rod Nolan on behalf of Darlene Stripe, Brampton resident, regarding a request for an exemption from Section 13A of Dog Bylaw 250/2005, number of dogs. We have an audio delegation from Rod Nolan on behalf of Darlene Stripe, which will now be played for the committee. Mr. Clerk.
So members of committee, we're just going to queue up the audio delegation, and there is material, I believe, in your agenda package related to this matter.
Hello, my name is Rod Nolan, and I'm speaking on behalf of Darlene Stripe. I'm here today to request an exemption for my dogs. These animals are not simply pets, but they're my family, my emotional support animals. They help me to navigate and interact with the world. All of these dogs are considered by my healthcare professionals as emotional support animals. Enclosed, you will find the supporting documentation from my physicians. I researched the restriction of 3 dogs only in Brampton, but was unable to find any rationale. That's not to say it doesn't exist, it's just that I was unsuccessful in finding it. I was, however, successful in finding Toronto's dog bylaw, and it made sense. The basis for the restriction of the number of animals per dwelling is based on the safety of the animals, which I fully agree with. It reads, "The rules prohibit keeping an animal in an unsanitary condition, and pets are to be given adequate and appropriate care, food, water, shelter, exercise, attention, and veterinary care. All of my dogs are seniors and rescues. I provide them with an excellent and interesting life, which is evidenced not only by the pictures I'm attaching, but with supporting documentation from numerous people. They're licensed with the City of Brampton. They're walked daily, unless the weather is too extreme. They're fed well. They have annual visits with the vet to keep their shots up to date. I groom them weekly. They don't bark excessively. They're very friendly, and they don't disturb anyone. Above all else, they're loved. My standard for my dogs exceeds the rules. I adopted Libby at the age of 5, 6 years ago, from a shelter in northern Quebec, where she was used as a breeding bitch. She was never allowed inside unless she was going to whelp. Libby was terrified of men. Her tail was between her legs, and her head was always bowed down. Had she not been rescued by Quebec SOS, she would have been shot. Over time, Libby developed some confidence to occasionally allow a stranger to pet her, but it's taken years. Libby and I are bonded very deeply. When I first got her, I allowed her off leash, and I never feared she wouldn't return to me. I do leash her now, much to her disgust. But she didn't bark the first 4 years that I had her, and in fact, she rarely ever barks now. She has a very kind, gentle disposition. She's 85 pounds of love, and many thanks to Rod for teaching her that not all men will hurt her. And to this day, Libby still wags her tail and rolls over for a belly rub from him. Bailey, now 7, was adopted from the Gananoque shelter 3 years ago. The same afternoon I brought her home from the shelter, I took her for a walk in Valleybuck Park, where she slipped her loop leash and was gone for 2 hours. With kind help of some folks passing by, I managed to locate her swimming in the Etobicoke Creek. Bailey refused to come out, so I had to wade in after her. Her affinity for water has not changed, and she will go in anywhere, anytime. Bailey is one of the most loving dogs I've ever met, and her trademark is to sit on your foot, gaze up at you with her tongue out the side of her mouth, waiting for you to pet her. In early 2019, I began fostering dogs. I fostered 2 brother dogs for the Jack Russell Terriers of Ontario Rescue. The goal was to assess and advise how suitable for adoption they were. This entailed some behavioral training. They're part Jack Russell Terrier and part pug. They're seniors, 10 and 12 years old, that had been given up as the older one, Rocky, growled at the original owner's newborn baby, and instead of introducing them slowly, they disposed of both dogs. Rocky has only one vocalization, growling, even when he's whining. At the 3-month mark, it became clear that Duke, the younger brother, would not be a suitable candidate for rehoming. I adopted both of them. At that time, I was not aware of the brand.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Do members of committee wish to hear the rest of this? No? Okay. I don't see, I see Councillor Whillans on the board. Councillor Whillans?
Out of respect, I think we should continue on. It's only another minute and 20 seconds. We let the previous delegation go on quite a long time, so I think out of respect, I think we should allow it to continue.
Very good. Mr. Clerk?
Brampton bylaw restriction regarding the number of dogs allowed per dwelling. While we're on our walks, we come across the same people often. Some folks are visibly terrified of dogs, so I have all my dogs sit off the path until they walk past. And I'm often complimented on how well behaved they are. I've had very small children pet my dogs, as well as couples who look forward every day to how they respond so lovingly towards them. I've offered to help people train their dogs, as well as have had people refer others to me for help with their dogs. Enclosed, you will find letters from all these people. If I can help someone train their dog, chances are, hopefully, that that dog is going to have a home for life and won't end up in a shelter. Knowing that is my reward because I don't accept money. I have trained all 4 of my dogs, and people are often surprised to find out that all of my dogs are both rescues and seniors. To remove even one of my dogs from my care would stress and traumatize both them and me unnecessarily. My dogs are living their best lives, and they deserve it. Please leave my dogs with me.
Thank you, Mr. Rod Nolan, on behalf of Darlene Stripe for your audio delegation. I have a speaker on the board, Councillor Whillans.
Yes, thank you through you, Chair. I'd like if we can refer this presentation or delegation back to staff to see if there's something we can work out. I mean, I'm a firm believer there's no issues with the dogs. I can understand you don't want to have a pack of wild dogs, and if they're causing issues in the neighborhood, that does have a concern. But if the dogs are being well cared for and their neighbors, surrounding neighbors, as he says, are no issues, I think maybe this is something we can have staff review or contact and see if there's something we can do. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Palleschi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I do support. When we first implemented this, it was because we were hearing there was some puppy mills that were happening in Brampton and dogs being abused, and these are one of the circumstances that unfortunately it gets tied up in policy. I think I leave it up to Kathy and the team to come back with some kind of opportunity, whether it be a letter from the vet to the city of Brampton stating that the dogs were in good health, but hopefully that opportunity, there is an opportunity going forward for good people that really need, especially in this time when we're talking about mental health issues and COVID, for people to have pets like this so close to being regarded as their family. Then I think that this is an opportunity where we should show some sympathy towards it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Palleschi. Kathy Duncan would like to comment. Kathy.
Hello, thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, in respect of the comments from Councillor Whillans and Councillor Palleschi, yes, we'll certainly provide a report, but I should advise Council that we have had a number of dealings with Ms. Stripe related to complaints from other residents in the community, not specifically with respect to the welfare of the dogs, as that is beyond our purview, but with respect to compliance with the bylaws as they stand, not including the numbers. And we have previously successfully obtained a conviction with respect to permitting a dog to be off leash, and we have current charges before the court for similar types of offenses.
Okay. Councillor Whillans, do you have any, do you wish to proceed then with the report or just receipt of the delegation?
Well, we can receive the delegation, and I think maybe we can speak with Kathy offline and see if there's something we can do. That's the reason I asked, because I wasn't aware that there was any issues with this, but that's something we can take offline, I suppose, with Kathy before we have to spend a comprehensive time on a report. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. So therefore, members of committee, we have a motion moved by Councillor Whillans to receive the delegations and correspondence. All in favor, any opposed? And so that carries. Next, we have item 7.7, delegations from various individuals regarding the staff reports, item 10.2.1 on the Williams Parkway review, McLaughlin Road to North Park Drive, people moving capacity and public realm design, wards 1, 5, and 7. We have a number of delegations, first from Divya Arora from Langton Prabharan, board members and political advocacy team representatives for Community Climate Council. We have Gideon Foreman, climate change and transportation policy analyst from the David Suzuki Foundation. We have Sylvia Roberts, Brampton resident, Dale Lang, the secretary of Bike Brampton, and we also have correspondence item 10.4.2 from Steve Laidlaw regarding this matter. And committee, after we listen to the delegations, we can bring forward staff report item 10.2.1 for consideration. And welcome Divya and Ladjanthan. You have 5 minutes for your delegation.
Thank you, Chair Vicente. Good morning, Mayor Brown and members of council. My name is Langton Prabharan, and I'm joined today by my colleague Divya Arora. We're here today as representatives of the Community Climate Council and as informed and concerned residents of the Peel region. We're concerned about the proposed Williams Parkway Road expansion and would like to voice our opinions on the matter. Next slide, please. We are staunchly against option 1, which would turn Williams Parkway into a 6-lane street. The general public seems to agree with us, as only 39% of the surveyed residents in the Williams Parkway area want 6 lanes. The remaining 60% split their votes between options 2, 3, and 4, all of which keep Williams Parkway to 4 lanes. Additionally, the public opinion survey conducted by the city staff shows that carpooling is one of the lowest priorities for residents in Brampton. And there's a good reason for that. Now, don't get me wrong, carpool lanes are great. They reduce the number of vehicles on road and they create a priority lane for public transit, but they're not very effective in residential areas like Williams Parkway. Currently, Williams Parkway only has 2 bus lines, 29 and 29A, which at best run every 15 minutes. And Williams Parkway has not been identified as a priority for enhanced service by Brampton Transit. This means we should not expect to see any additional bus lines running down this corridor. As for carpooling, well, a study done in 2016 by the City of Brampton found that only 7% of all commuters were carpooling. Now compare this to the statistics collected in 2006, which said 10% of all commuters were carpooling. That's right, in 10 years, the number of carpoolers in Brampton actually decreased. Next slide, please. Option 1 is not only unnecessary, but also the most expensive of the 4 options. It costs $60 million. And to that, I'm sure you're thinking, well, 54 of that 60 is going to come from development charges, or DC funding. Well, you're right, it is, but that's not necessarily a good thing. That 54 million isn't free money, nor is it coming from a bottomless well. That 54 million is being taken from other projects, from other ventures that could better help the city of Brampton. That 54 million can be better used to expand public transit lines, or fund our libraries, or maintain our community centers, fire stations, local parks. I could go on for a while, but I think you're getting my point. Me personally, I would love to see these DC funds being allocated towards the Queen Street Bus Rapid Transit System, which was presented to Council in June 2018. This transit system would provide Brampton with better public transit options while also alleviating congestion in one of Brampton's busiest streets. Next slide, please.
We support option 3 because it advances Brampton's first ever active transportation master plan, which was endorsed by Council just in 2019, also Brampton's 2040 vision, and the Community and Emissions and Energy Reduction Plan, also known as CERP, which was unanimously approved last month by Council. Given that option 3 has the widest planting strip, it also presents the highest opportunity for landscaping and tree planting, which again adds value to the city's 1 million tree program and to the ideology of reinventing Brampton as a green city. Option 3 also meets with the Council's priorities set for the current term from 2018 to 2022, since it attempts to create complete communities. HOV lanes on Williams Parkway, as mentioned in the staff report, are standalone since they do not meet with any other existing network of HOV lanes with nearby study area roadways. As such, enhanced multi-use paths on Williams Parkway will enhance the pre-identified east-west cycling corridor through its close proximity to the bicycle lanes as recently implemented on the adjacent roadway of Howden Boulevard. Next slide, please.
You have about a minute.
We understand that the future projected traffic capacity issues and congestion problems may be a reason for your concern. However, as also identified in the staff report, simple improvements to the intersections, such as to the intersections of Main Street and Williams Parkway at McLaughlin Street, can serve to improve traffic flow and alleviate congestion. Along with intersection improvements, the implementation of self-adaptive traffic control systems, such that traffic flow and demand could be managed by signal timing plants, is another innovative option for improving traffic efficiency on this corridor without supporting the road widening. We believe that option 3 is most inclusive of all traffic adaptations because carpooling is still possible and can be promoted, traffic improvements and increased usage is also still possible, and the safe multi-use paths will enrich walkability and cycle use along the corridor. Next slide, please.
Williams Parkway is not just any residential area. It is home to 13 different parks and trails that front directly onto Williams Parkway, with at least 7 other parks in very close proximity. North Park Secondary School also directly fronts Williams Parkway.
Can I ask you to wrap up, please?
Yeah, this is our last slide. With at least 10 other schools and community centers in close proximity. Bramley Limited Community Park is one of the only 4 dog parks in Brampton, and it too fronts onto Williams Parkway. This corridor is not where we should be expanding roads. These shortened sidewalks would be a great danger for the children, pedestrians, and pets in the area. We should instead be expanding our sidewalks down Williams Parkway. It is the perfect opportunity to promote active transportation in a highly dense residential neighborhood. Council, if your endorsement for a cleaner, greener, and healthier Brampton are more than just lip service, now is the time to prove it. Stop the Williams Parkway expansion. Next slide, please.
Thank you very much, and thank you to the Community Climate Council. Next, we have Gideon Foreman, Climate Change and Transportation Policy Analyst for the David Suzuki Foundation. Gideon, the floor is yours. You have 5 minutes. Gideon, are you there?
Gideon, you can unmute your microphone and you can address committee.
Can you hear me now?
Yes,
yes. Go ahead.
Yes, my mistake. I had hit unmute and for some reason. Thanks for your accommodation. Mr. Chair, Mr. Mayor, members of council, thank you again for the opportunity to speak today. As mentioned, I'm Gideon Foreman and I'm with the David Suzuki Foundation. We're here this morning to speak strongly against the widening of Williams Parkway, and in my brief remarks, I'd like to offer just a few reasons for our position. First, widening the parkway will make traffic congestion worse. Remember that road expansion brings induced demand, more roadway, more cars. That's not just our opinion also, Mr. Mayor. There's considerable science to back it up. For example, a 2019 study just last year published in the journal Transportation Research looked at road expansion in Norway, and it found that expansion resulted in little or no congestion relief and actually contributed to, quote, traffic-inducing land use development, unquote. Don't forget, Mr. Chair, that traffic congestion is a real expense that can be measured in dollars and cents. In recent years, the Toronto Region Board of Trade has showed that congestion costs our region up to $11 billion annually in productivity losses. That's real dollars. Second, widening the roadway would not be popular with your constituents. As the earlier delegation pointed out, the city conducted an online survey which received a very robust, I understand, 1,300 plus responses, and fewer than 4 in 10 supported the widening option. The majority of participants want the parkway to remain at the current number of lanes. As city staff made clear, and I quote, given all the choices presented, it would appear that most respondents would prefer the road not to be widened, unquote. Our third concern, Mr. Chair, is that road widening is sharply at odds with your Vision 2040 plan. You'll recall the plan's transportation priorities are first walking, then cycling, transit, goods movement, and then shared vehicles and private vehicles. Even if the road widening allows for HOVs, it still means more cars on the road. But Vision 2040's priority isn't car travel, Mr. Chair, it's active transportation. Road widening also runs counter to your wonderful new community energy and emissions reduction plan. In that document, you showed visionary leadership and I would add we were very, very congratulatory and pleased with that. You showed visionary leadership and agreed to a 30% reduction in greenhouse gases by 2030. But a city like Brampton, where automobiles, let's face it, are a major source of GHGs, simply can't meet its climate target if it expands roadways and invites more people to drive. Finally, Mr. Chair, the road widening proposal is expensive. Indeed, at $60 million, it has by far the greatest capital cost of any of the alternatives. You need to ask yourself, Mr. Chair and members of council, with the city facing so many pandemic-related cost pressures, is this really the time to pick the most costly option? We believe the city would be far better to choose one of the 4-lane options, especially one that encourages walking and cycling. This would help Brampton meet its climate targets, improve local air quality, and save the city millions of dollars. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Foreman. And next we go to Sylvia Roberts, Brampton resident. Sylvia, the floor is yours. You have 5 minutes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, next slide. So as you know, I'm a very strong advocate of transit, but also my brother doesn't know how to drive a car. He rides a bike to get around. When he was going to Mississauga for continuing education, one day he was taking bike paths through Brampton, Mississauga, and he was actually run off the road and threatened by someone with a truck. And then the driver actually came around and threatened to kill him with the vehicle. When they reported this to the police, we went to the station. It took hours, and then they said we'll send someone. So eventually we filed a report at 2 o'clock. And what it made clear to me is on-road bike facilities, if they're not physically protected, are a joke. They're really a joke. What's being proposed in the I really do like option 3 overall, if it's the best one. The mixed-use paths, they're from the Pathways plan, and they've been, in a number of ways, they're somewhat obsolete. We have e-bikes coming soon. Actually, you can buy them from Canadian Tire and Walmart. The number of them on the road continues to multiply, and they continue to get cheaper. If you want to encourage cycling usage, they're actually very useful because it means someone can go faster and longer with less effort. So if you're trying to encourage cycling, they're very good. But currently they're de facto banned because they go too fast. And right now they're on the sidewalks. And I had nearly been struck on numerous occasions on the sidewalks in Brampton. I don't know if you remember this, but a number of years ago, a cyclist struck and killed someone on the sidewalk in Mississauga. So what I'm proposing is, this is a section from the 2018 map. Most of this is actually existing. The pink section is the separated bike path on Williams Parkway. It goes to McLaughlin, which is where this road widening proposes to start. The overall review, and it goes to North Park. So what I'm proposing is there's actually separate lanes for mixed-use paths. Like e-bikes going 30 kilometers an hour simply cannot safely mix with pedestrians. They will or they're simply too fast. If you look at the 2017 transportation, the TAC guide, it actually shows 2.1 meter bike lanes allow passing. And there's actually enough space on the boulevards to have fully separated ones. Williams Parkway is roughly dead center in the city and goes almost across the entire city. If you do this segment like that, in black on North Park, I've highlighted additional areas to extend it to make a bike highway in Brampton. Part of that area already has improvements. This is the base map is from 2018. Next slide. So as you can see, it continues along North Park. There's an existing section of separated paths on North Park. In this budget, you actually have the extension of Cottrell. At Airport Road, North Park turns into Cottrell, and it's going to extend it from Humber West across. As you'll notice in brown, there's also mixed-use paths on Cottrell. So if you do this, if you take option 3, put separated lanes and then continue it bike path along North Park and then Cantrell, you could actually have a bike highway across the city all the way from at least Mississauga Road all the way to Highway 50 safely.
1 minute.
I recommend council does option 3 and asks for how to do separate bike facilities on Williams Parkway to allow people to safely pass. With such a long pathway, people would be able to easily traverse the city on bike, because this connects with basically all of the north-south trails in Brampton. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sylvia. Next, Dale Lang, Secretary for Bike Brampton. Sylvia, are you there? I'm sorry, Dale.
Good afternoon, Chair Vincente, Mayor Brown, Council, and the public. I am Dale Lang, delegating on behalf of Bike Brampton. Given that 59% of the survey respondents favored not widening Williams Parkway, as outlined in the staff report, we understand that the choice for council may be between options 2, 3, and 4. Bike Brampton favors option 3 as the ideal solution for pedestrians, cyclists, and vehicles in keeping with the 2040 vision, the Active Transportation Master Plan, and the Community Energy and Emissions Reduction Plan. Option 3 does target 4 out of 5 of the most commonly identified items in the staff report, namely need to manage traffic congestion, desire for enhanced greenery and landscaping, provision for safe paths for walking and cycling, and the desire for slower traffic speeds. Given the likely budgetary constraints due to COVID-19, we expect that council may more realistically be considering option 2 or 4. Bike Brampton's second choice would be option 2. Replacing the sidewalk with a multi-use path would accommodate modest use by both pedestrians and to some extent by cyclists traveling at lower speeds. This will also give the city an opportunity to plant trees. This would satisfy the needs of the children who are traveling to the local schools and, of course, air quality for local residents. If council does select option 4 for financial reasons, the road width can be revisited again in 15 years when resurfacing is due. In the meantime, the city can plant trees provided they are placed where they will not have to be disturbed should the sidewalk be replaced with a multi-use path. Could council please clarify for us that the noise wall will not be extended if options 2, 3, or 4 are selected? It is Bike Brampton's position that the city should advance our 2040 vision of planting 1 million trees at every early opportunity. Extending the noise wall would necessitate the cutting of more mature trees, and staff report referred to the need to shift people's travel behavior in favor of more sustainable modes of transportation. Council is to be congratulated for its vision and the rapid staff response to COVID-19 for expanding the active transportation network this year. City of Brampton showed great leadership in this area that was recognized by Share the Roads' April 22nd webinar on making space for physical distancing in Ontario, where city staff and Bike Brampton were featured presenters. Staff will also be presenting on expanding the network at Share the Roads Ontario Bike Summit this coming December. The city's data have shown a doubling of the use of the new bike lanes on Vaudin. Anecdotally, members of Bike Brampton are seeing more families using the new bike lanes on Vaudin, Howden, Central Park, and North Park. The new bike lanes on Main Street will add to the connectivity of our network, and we find traveling on that very thrilling. Continued council high priority for active transportation implementation of the Active Transportation Master Plan will be essential for addressing our climate emergency. The Community Energy Emissions Reduction Plan has a target of 7% mode share for active transportation. Transportation accounts for 60% of our carbon emissions. Addressing reduced energy use in buildings is crucial, but cannot contribute enough of a reduction without focus on shifting our transportation habits and making our streets people-friendly. Whichever option is selected, there should be a speed reduction to make pedestrians and cyclists more comfortable and to advance Vision Zero. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Dale. And next, according to the clerk, we have one additional delegation by video from Pauline Thornham. Pauline, are you there? Or Mr. Clerk, can you play the video?
Mr. Chair, we're queuing it up now.
Mayor Brown and councillors, it's the mandate of the Brampton Cycling Advisory Committee, a committee of citizens, to advise council on all things cycling in Brampton. We in Brampton have already begun to shift our gaze away from the ever-increasing traffic to alternative modes of transportation. Permanent bike lanes on Vaughan, Howden, Central Park Drive, Main Street South, and others show great recent progress. Bike lanes allow people the option to get out of cars, reduce pollution, get exercise, and improve their health while going about their daily business. In doing that, they also reduce traffic for those who are unable to ride. It's a win-win-win situation for vehicular drivers, cyclists, and pedestrians, and all of those of us who like to breathe. The Cycling Advisory Committee would like to point out some issues surrounding the study of Williams Parkway and its development. There are 4 options on the table for the treatment of Williams Parkway between McLaughlin Road and North Park Drive. Initially, the plan was to expand this section of the road from 4 lanes to 6 lanes. Trees were removed and sound walls were erected before the project was paused in order to study the options. Of the 4 options presented to the public, 3 of them have 4 lanes and 1 has 6. In the survey, 39% of the 1,300 participants chose the 6-lane option, and 59 chose one of the other options. However, those 3 options have in common the preference to keep only 4 lanes, with differing added features such as bike lanes and trees. There are many reasons that option 1 is not desirable. The first general reason is that it is a stated term of council priority for the City of Brampton that Brampton is a green city. This is a quote taken from today's agenda in the staff report on the naming of Swingbridge Park. In the same report, another stated priority is that Brampton has strong communities and encourages the protection of our natural heritage. In order for these words to have meaning, they must apply generally to all areas of Brampton and in all projects. The widening of Williams Parkway does not enhance community. It divides it. It does not improve our natural heritage or make Brampton green. It enables more air pollution and noise pollution, while it decreases walkability as well as other forms of active transportation. The council has very likely heard about induced demand. Various studies have shown that increasing the number of lanes on a road only briefly decreases the congestion, eventually increasing it back to its previous level only on more lanes. The result is more air pollution and noise and less walkability. The number of seniors is growing in Ontario, and seniors cannot sprint across 6 to 8 lanes at an intersection. People with mobility issues are definitely discriminated against when the roads that they want to cross are too wide. Vision Zero, our plan to reduce or eliminate road fatalities, is made less attainable by expanding our lanes of vehicular traffic. Are we building Brampton for people or for vehicles? It's time to refocus on living comfortably in Brampton. It's time to examine the word improvement in the term road improvement. How will we improve the lives of the people living along Williams Parkway corridor? Will widening increase or decrease mobility? Will adding cars improve or worsen air quality? How about noise? One of the positive features of early COVID lockdown was the lack of traffic noise. It has been shown that in spite of people's apparent acclimation to increased noise levels, they suffer from stress and health issues without realizing it. Brampton Cycling Advisory Committee advises the council to vote to make sure that Brampton is a green city. Vote to enhance the mental and physical health of Bramptonians. Vote for Vision Zero and the Brampton 2040 vision. Vote for option 3, the most progressive and healthy option. Sincerely, Pauline Thornham, Brampton Cycling Advisory Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk, and virtual thanks to Pauline Thornham and also to our delegates today. I have a number of speakers on the board. First up, I have Councillor Santos.
Thank you so much, and through you, Mr. Chair, thank you very much to the delegates who provided incredibly thoughtful, fact-based delegations that show their passion and commitment to addressing climate action and their commitment for active transportation as part of our solution to addressing the 60% greenhouse gas emissions that are generated in Brampton due to transportation. And Councillor Vicente and I have been working very hard on this pause and this review with staff who've also been working hard, and we have seen a record number of engagement from the residents in Brampton on this particular survey with respect to Williams Parkway. In addition to that, many of us on council have received countless emails from residents who indeed have shown their support against having 6 lanes of traffic. So kudos to the residents of Brampton for really taking a look as to how we're going to build Williams Parkway moving forward. We've had a number of conversations with staff. We've been briefed on the survey results for the past few months. And I just have a few questions that I'd like to put on the public record for staff to answer. So question number 1 is about the Transportation Master Plan. When do we anticipate the Transportation Master Plan to be updated with more, I guess, updated information with respect to induced demand and our commitments for active transportation, as well as the CERP and the climate emergency? Just the timing on when that Transportation Master Plan will be updated.
Through the chair, it's Richard. So we're going to be bringing a staff report to council regarding the principles for the Transportation Master Plan. And we expect to start the work early 2021 and be done likely the Q4 2021.
Okay, great. So the Transportation Master Plan, which will be updated in the next couple of years or so, Richard, will include updated, updated information and statistics related to our greenhouse gas emission targets, climate action, various new changes with respect to active transportation, et cetera, et cetera?
That's correct. So basically, through the chair to councillor, yes, what we want to do is we want to bring to council a staff report that says these are the principles that council wants to endorse, and that's basically reversing the hierarchy. So putting active transportation at the front and transit and those types of things versus the car. And so once we have those principles endorsed, then the Transportation Master Plan then can be updated based on that approach, versus traditionally the approach has been in the past that it's really mostly a car-driven type of modeling exercise. And so once we have council's endorsement of those principles, then absolutely we'll move forward with completing the Transportation Master Plan in a fashion that actually sees reversing the hierarchy.
Great, and the assumptions that the Williams Parkway proposal, an expansion to 6 lanes, that was based on the previous Transportation Master Plan, correct?
That would be correct, yes.
Okay, very good. I have another question, because I know that from the survey results, as many of the delegates had pointed out, that greenery and landscaping and our commitment to plant 1 million trees, as well as trees being one of our climate action initiatives, was a priority in the survey. So just a quick question about the trees. If we were to, based on timing purposes, choose option number 4, which is to maintain, just to do a resurfacing of Williams Parkway, is there opportunity for us in that option to still move forward with planting trees, planting greenery, doing the landscape that will survive the 15-year duration of the resurfacing of the road. So I guess that's two questions. If you could confirm the lifespan of option number 4, and then also share with us any opportunities within option number 4 to still implement some of the tree planting.
Thank you, Councillor Santos, through the chair. I can confirm that when we're doing the resurfacing, typically when you do a resurfacing, it lasts about 15 years. As I think we had that in our presentation as well. In regards to the trees, we would probably take a look at it. I mean, what we would be looking to do is put in trees that would not necessarily be need to be pulled out should we decide to go a different route in the future. So for instance, all those options, as you know, the right-of-way for Williams Parkway is very tight. So we'd be looking to put in trees so that in 15 years' time, we don't have to move them. So we'd be happy to look at that if option 4 is the decision of council to move forward with.
Okay, thank you very much. And option 4 is the least costly amongst all the options. Is that correct?
That's correct, Councillor. It's about $5 million for resurfacing.
Okay, and it'll last 15 years. How long is the lifespan of the noise wall that is essentially a sunk cost that was implemented before we put the pause in?
Noise walls typically last, especially when they're of that caliber, they typically last about 30 years. We start to look, we'll always keep an eye on them because they are part of our, just like any other asset we have, we do regular inspections on them. But typically we expect their life cycle to be upwards of 30 years.
So even with the resurfacing option under option number 4, the noise wall would still outlast the resurfacing by another 15 years if we were to revisit at that point in time what to do next under the new assumptions of a new transportation master plan?
That's correct. That's correct, Councillor.
Great. So my other question is in regards to possibilities for active transportation infrastructure to be implemented. I know that the region of Peel is also doing some work, infrastructure work along Williams Parkway. I'm wondering from staff if there might be opportunities to work with the region of Peel while they are doing their infrastructure work to implement multi-use paths because they're going to be digging up the road deeply anyway.
Well, the multi-use paths, traditionally, they go in the boulevard area. So when we did have a discussion with the region of Peel when we were looking at option 4, because part of you'll notice that the $60 million that's being referred to as part of the total cost of this project, about half of that is the region of Peel as they undergo a renewal of their water main distribution system and transmission system. So there's actually 2 water mains. It's a 900 millimeter water main and a 300 millimeter transmission water main. Some of that is under the curb lane where the curb lane currently sits under the road, and the other is partially underneath the boulevard. But what they've shared with us is that if we decide that we are going to do option 4, where we are just going to resurface, they would probably look at other ways of doing their construction through perhaps directional boring, for instance, where they wouldn't have to dig up the road. The cost savings and efficiencies for them as they were replacing their water main was due to the fact that we were going to be digging up the road anyway. But they have to go ahead with their water main expansion. It's a bit of a mix between state of good repair and being ready for growth. That transmission water main serves our downtown, which is important to us in order to accommodate the growth that we're expecting to happen there. So they would go ahead, but they would probably do it in a slightly different way. That doesn't mean to say that we couldn't include some work into their scope of work, but I don't know if there'll be any efficiencies of cost. And I'll just to point out as well that, we did some quick costing. It would be about an extra $1 million to replace the sidewalk that's already there with a multi-use pathway. So just keep that in mind, because when you're doing a multi-use pathway, the The sidewalk that's there now is made of concrete, so it doesn't have the same amount of bedding that you would require for a multi-use pathway. So it would probably need to be all dug up and excavated a little bit deeper, so it has additional bedding for the multi-use pathway to sit on top. Did I answer all your questions, Councillor?
Yeah, it does. I think, and I see that there are other folks who wanted to speak as well, but what I will signal to folks right now is based on all the work Councillor Vicente and I have been doing on this, speaking with stakeholders, looking at the survey, working with staff and talking to staff about this particular file, I think at this point in time, as the Transportation Master Plan is being updated over the next couple of years, and given some of the cost pressures, practically speaking, I think a revised version of option number 4 in terms of resurfacing, but also looking at opportunities to continue with the implementation of greenery and tree planting as much as possible. In addition to that, finding ways to work with the region to find opportunities to put in a multi-use path as they are doing their own infrastructure work. I think that would be probably the best option forward for us. In addition to that, I will flag that as a board member of FCM, I know that there is continued talk on advocacy to the federal government in terms of funding for green infrastructure projects and active transportation, which is great timing for us, because as soon as we update our transportation master plan and start implementing more of these projects, even more than what we have already now, we will hopefully be able to access more funding beyond the tax revenue base. So I will leave it there, and I will be moving for option number 4 with those 2 revisions that I've put forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Santos. Next, I have Councillor Fortini.
Mr. Chair, and thank you to Councillor Santos. I guess she said a lot of things I wanted to say. I'm also in agreement with option 4. And I'm glad we're going to be planting a lot of the trees, so I had a lot of complaints in my residence. They don't want the widening of the road, but I'd like to ask about the walls. You know, since the walls last over 30 years, and the road, we're just going to look at about 15 years. That's expand usually for asphalt. If we could put an amendment to look and see how we could continue the walls right through, because a lot of the residents have been waiting for these walls for a while. I know it's funding for the second phase, and how we could look into at least continue the walls. And I'm supportive of option 4, not widening, but I am supportive of all the landscaping and the trees and continuing the walls. So that's the amendment I'd like to add, and see when they come back what the cost is for the extra walls. I find that since we did the walls on one side of William Parkway, and the walls were put there, the reason to widen the road. And we don't want to send a message out also, you know, to people say, well, they're there. But if we did one, we should do the other and continue at least right through. Unless I know in where Councillor Paleshi and Doug Wellens is, some of the residents don't want the wall. If they don't want it, that is fine. If they do want it, we should continue. It serve everyone equally as a residents facing William Parkway. So that's my amendment I'd like to add to it. Thank you.
So, sorry, Mr. Chair. Perhaps yes. My request is Councillor Santos has moved a motion with amendments, and so has Councillor Fortini. I need some further clarification so we can just make sure that these are proper amendments and they don't conflict with one another. Thank you.
Mr. Clerk, can I talk to the walls? It might be helpful if I can provide some clarification there.
Go ahead.
Yes. So I know that we talked about putting in the walls in ahead of any widening. We do have a report that is coming, a fulsome report on noise walls, probably early in the new year. And that report does talk to noise wall standards, but it also will talk to the where in locations where we have privately owned noise walls, and whether we'd be looking for direction from council on whether to take those over or not. The reason why that report would be important is because as you go west on Williams Parkway, there are no more noise walls to put in. Any fences that go west of where the wall that's currently installed, anything west of there are privately owned noise walls. So we would need it starts to fold into that direction that we would like from council on whether council has the appetite to take on the cost of replacing privately owned noise walls. Because right now, the only way we do that is through the local improvement process. As we go east of where those walls are installed now, I would again just caution the council that if there's a possibility that we would not widen Williams Parkway, then those noise walls would probably not be installed per the current standard that we have for noise walls. The direction from council was that whenever we widen the roads to 6 lanes, that we would install a noise wall. If we are installing noise walls, without widening, in other words, not associated with growth, we'd have to talk to our partners in finance, but I believe that those would be tax funded. So I'm just wondering if the noise wall part of Williams Parkway, perhaps it might be not to treat that as a standalone, but perhaps as a more fulsome picture of privately owned noise walls, where we put them, when we're going to replace them, are we going to take them on, how much it's going to cost. Maybe that might be better served coming in a report early in the new year.
Okay.
So, Mr. Chair, I still have the floor?
Yes.
Yeah, and I know this is going to be a report, and I do agree. I just feel bad for the residents in Ward 2 and 6 and 7 and 8 that we skipped them. The reason those walls were up is because we were widening the road. Now, if we did change to save that money, or the residents didn't want the widening, we went ahead with it, we managed to put the walls up. So I'd like to treat also the residents of Ward 2 and 6 and 7 and 8 the same. If they don't want them, I get it. If they do want them, I think we should continue it. I understand we're going to get some backlash saying, why are you putting up walls and the road is not widened? We're still going to get what we have done so far. So it makes no difference if we do a section or we do it all, we're still going to get that from the residents. So again, I want to keep my amendment there to continue with the landscape and also the noise walls in Ward 2 and 6 and 7 and 8, wherever the residents want them.
Thank you, Councillor Frattini. Mr. Clerk, do you have the verification that you were looking for?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I do not. I need to understand what the amendment is that's being moved.
Okay, so we have a recommendation moved by Councillor Santos that we go with option 4, and that staff look for opportunities within option 4 to add additional green features, trees, shrubs, bushes, wherever possible. And then we also have from Councillor Frattini to get information back from staff with respect to sound barriers in areas where the sound barriers have not yet been installed. Would that be correct to Councillor Santos and Councillor Frattini?
No, the greenery, I'm fine with it. And we're getting a report back just on the walls. I think the walls should be part of this project because some of the residents already received it. I'm getting calls saying, when are my walls coming up? And our residents have been waiting for the last 4 years. So if we're going to do the landscape and the trees, which is great, continue the walls. They're going to last over 30 years. And in the future, if we decide to widen the road, the walls are already be up. Because I got some residents saying, I didn't put my fence up because I've been waiting because I was told they're going to have widening of the road and put in a noise wall. So that's very unfair for half the residents got them, and Ward 2 and 6 and 7 and 8 did not get any.
Very good.
I'd like to add that on the amendment to continue with the walls right through, wherever the residents prefer, and continue with the trees and landscape, of course.
Thank you, Councillor. And so through to our Commissioner of Public Works, Acting Commissioner, you will need to report back to Council with respect to impacts from that direction. Would that be correct?
Yes. Yes. So I'll report back in terms of, because there are impacts to development charges and taxes that are involved in this request. So yes, we report back probably just on Williams Parkway, but it would, part of the wall discussion will be reflected in the other report in regards to citywide noise walls.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I think I didn't make myself clear. the report, is it coming back for all the landscape and the walls, or just the walls?
My understanding, Councillor Fortini, that this was a fulsome, that there's two reports. There was a report about the noise walls, which we will deal with separately, but my understanding is from your direction that you'd like to see a report on the impact of putting the walls in where we have not decided whether we're going to do the widening yet as part of the Williams Parkway project. That's the way I understand it.
No, what I'm trying to say is we're going to get, so far we're continuing with the landscape and the trees. And I'd like to add the noise walls with that together. The other report with noise walls across the city should be a different report, because I don't want to serve half the residents. And I know 2 and 6 and 7 and 8 didn't get walls, and 1 and 5 did get walls. That walls were always intention because we were widening. So at least we got to continue with the walls and the landscape and say no to the widening of the road. I'm okay with that. That's my recommendation. I like to see landscape and trees, the walls and the trees all in one. The other walls should be a separate discussion across the city.
Yeah, that was my understanding too, okay. Councilor Fortini.
Okay, great. Thank you then.
Mr. Clerk, are you satisfied?
Through you, Mr. Chair. So you can see the motion on the screen. We've tried to accommodate in the highlighted areas the amendments by Councillor Santos and Councillor Fortini. So it is, at this point, the option 4 is the motion being placed, keeping 4 general purpose lanes with resurfacing of existing road only, and then in brackets with a multi-use path by working with the Region of Peel, or enhanced streetscaping in boulevards and extra noise walls where desired by the residents. And that staff also be requested to include additional greening, landscaping, and report thereon.
Mr. Clerk, I don't think it's extra noise walls. If I could just clarify, and just if Councillor Fortini could help me with this. I think Councillor Fortini is asking for the noise walls that were originally intended as part of the widening project beyond where they're already installed to be reviewed and to the impacts of installing those now, even if we're contemplating not doing the widening.
Correct. Just on William Parkway.
Correct. Yes.
Thank you.
If I may just quickly speak to the amendment in the motion, since it's my motion going forward. So just a light edit here. So keep 4 general purpose lanes with resurfacing of existing road only, with work with with opportunities for a multi-use path by working with the region.
And work with the region to find opportunities for enhanced.
Yes, that's right.
That's right.
Yeah. And worked with the region to find opportunities for the multi-use path.
And enhanced streetscaping.
Enhanced streetscaping, and we've got the greenery and the landscaping in there as well. Perfect.
And the walls.
But Fortini has added the walls.
Thank you so much.
And it's my understanding that staff have to report back on the extra cost that would be for the noise walls and development charge impacts. Okay, I'm good with where that is at the moment. Thank you.
Very good. The clerk will continue to wordsmith, and we'll move on to our next speaker, Councillor Williams.
Thank you. Through the chair. Thank you, Jane, Tim, Henrik, Richard, like all the staff who took the time to work on this and provide us with such a thorough review that included the voice of our residents. I've been really pleased with the amount of engagement that took place. We had signs along Williams Parkway, there's social media campaigns, mailed notice on postcards, and the online survey. It just yielded such a great response from our residents. And I think this is a good example of how we should be really engaging our residents for any other major decision that we're making here in Brampton. So I have a few questions, not too many. So to the staff, options 2 and 3 seem to have the most appeal to those surveyed. And also, with the many emails and phone conversations that I've had with residents, and these are despite the costs associated. To the staff, have we appealed to the province or the federal government to subsidize some of the costs, knowing that there is such a desire by residents to have more active transportation and green space on our east-west corridor?
Not specifically for this project, Councillor Williams. Like, for instance, with the widening, all that work, most of that work would have been covered by development charges. But as all these different programs come forward, as Councillor Santos mentioned, we do have a couple of funding opportunities coming. We would look to those funding opportunities to perhaps supplement some of the costs associated with installing active transportation. A lot of the funding that comes through when it's already funded, it's not that the funding can't be applied to something that's already funded. And when it's covered under DCs, it's considered already funded. So we would certainly keep looking for that, for opportunities to get alternative sources of funding to be able to pay, particularly for the active transportation, well, for any of it actually, but I know with active transportation right now, I know there are lots of opportunities that will be coming up. So we'll continue to pursue those as they come to our attention.
Okay, that's great to hear, especially if we were to be going with option 4, knowing that many residents do seem to like 2 and 3, being able to have that extra funding from other funding sources to get more of the the sidewalks and the active transportation signals and all of those things to help encourage people to get out of their cars and use them. That would be really great. So I see in option 2 and 4, it includes the laybys for the buses. What does transit say about the laybys, and do they speed up transit travel times?
I can pass it over to transit, but I know we did have a lot of discussions with our partners in transit, but the designs right now, and actually our designs going forward, do not include laybys for buses. My understanding is that the challenges for our bus drivers and our transit folks is that even though the laybys, it gets you off the road, it's hard for them. There's issues with them getting back into traffic. So they do not support or do not request bus laybys in on a roadway. I think Alex is on the call. I think I got that right, Alex. I don't know if there's anything else you'd like to add.
Absolutely, and through the chair, we've been working very, very closely with Public Works along the whole Williams Parkway corridor, and certainly as Jane just mentioned, the actual laybys may not necessarily work given our capacity and our running times along Williams Parkway. It's not a primary corridor for transit, and is well served running within the mixed traffic as much as we are today. So that's accurate what Jane just conveyed to you.
Okay, is that something we could look at removing, as you're going to be coming back with a report on option 4? Or if that's the option that council agrees to, if it would be helpful to have a good, clear understanding of why laybys wouldn't work, especially if option 4 is including the laybys. And we want to encourage people to use, our transit system. And if it does make it difficult for our transit drivers to get back into traffic, or that in turn could slow down travel times, then it might be something we need to really think about when we're making the final plans and decisions for this. So I just have a question about the 410 bridge. There's that portion of Williams Parkway that does go over the 410 and it bottlenecks. So is there a plan to widen that to accommodate for the active trans or the wider sidewalks? Is that incorporated in this plan?
For the widening, we would have to, for option 1, in order to be able to have active transportation go across that bridge, across the 410, we'd actually have to add, it's almost like 2 little separate bridges, if you will, on either side to that bridge. Because the bridge, the deck right now is not wide enough to accommodate a widening plus the active transportation. So I'm just trying to remember, I believe that if we do not widen out to 6 lanes, that we would have an opportunity to get the active transportation of the multi-use pathway over the bridge. But we can put that as part of our report, because you're right, it does bottleneck, so we might have to make some, it will be a squeeze going over that bridge. And we'd also have to work closely with the MTO, because I know that they've got some rehabilitation work to do on that bridge. Originally, their timelines, they were trying to do it at the same time as we were going to be there, so they were going to incorporate their work into ours. So we'd have to talk to them in terms of timing, when they're able to do that work, and if we were to choose another option other than option one, how long can they wait, and would we still be able to incorporate their work along when we're there? We like to be one and done when we do these big projects, just to make sure that we're not disrupting the public more than what we have to. And if they do have to go separately, because I know they can't wait on that bridge too much longer, it is in need of repair. The complication there will be that we would have to make sure that the work is separated in time and space. So whatever the option is, if it is option 4 that we are to report back on, we'll include information on that coordination with the MTO and what that active transportation facilities look like going over that bridge.
Okay, that's good to hear, because I do know that, yeah, it is a bit of a squeeze, and it has to be a safe way to travel over that 410. I know we've heard comments made by residents saying, you know, that area there, many on Ward 7 do not travel over that bridge to go to the other side because of, you know, it's just not a safe place. And I know the French, I can never say that, Francesini. Francesini is great, but, you know, in order to keep the flow of movement when you're on your bike or when you're walking, it would be great to have that incorporated and looked at. So, you know, thanks for answering my questions. And I've been thinking about this a lot, listening to a lot of our residents, and I'm really blown away. Like 1,300 people surveyed. We had almost 800 people who were not in favor of seeing Williams Parkway widen to 6 lanes. And for me, Brampton is growing. We will continue to grow, you know, and the decisions that we make now will impact our kids and the way they live in our city. So I think people are looking for us to make our city more active and green and healthy. And reading that there's consistency on the request for streets to look and feel comfortable for all users, I think we really need to be focusing on that. It's what the residents are asking for. And, you know, as many of the people have mentioned before, you know, research is showing that more lanes leads to more cars and more congestion. So if we're trying to solve a congestion problem, you know, more lanes is not the solution. And, you know, if we were to widen Williams Parkway west of North Park, the desire to widen east will follow. And that really concerns me. You know, right now, kids who walk across Williams to get to North Park High School and Russell D. Barber, they have to travel over through that intersection at North Park and Williams Parkway. And if you continue further east, it makes it even more uneasy, because the thought of having adolescents and pre-adolescent kids who we also already know don't have the best impulse control try to cross 6 lanes to get to Williams Parkway, which is quite close to the sidewalk as it is now, or even Judith Nyman or Chinguacousy Secondary School, makes me very uneasy. And I sit on the Brampton School Safety Traffic Committee and PSARTS, and we're constantly trying to encourage parents to feel comfortable with having their kids walk or ride to school. And the frequent deterrent mentioned by these parents is the amount of cars on our road. So they will get into their car and drive their kids to school, thus adding to more cars on the road. And so widening the roads are going to contribute to seeing more parents choose to drive their kids to school rather than walk or ride. I feel the same uneasiness when I see, you know, Queen Street and seeing people trying to get over Queen Street from Laurel Crest. It's very wide, and I don't want to see that for Williams Parkway. So I echo a lot of the sentiments. I originally was in favor of option 3 because, you know, according to those who responded to the study, more voted to see 2 or 3 be chosen. And it offers that gentle nudge we're trying to make to encourage our residents to feel confident while walking or riding east and west on Williams Parkway. But, you know, however, with saying that, you know, I'm happy to see with option 4 that we are going to make an effort to see that we are putting in the multi-use trails and have these things implemented with more trees. We need to see that happen for our areas. It just contributes to that, green city that we are trying to accomplish, and get more people out of their cars and walking and riding. So those are my comments, and thank you for answering my questions. And thanks again for all of the hard work you guys have done to bring us back this report, and especially the engagement with our residents. It's much appreciated, and I've heard that loud and clear from many people who have commented. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, Councillor Willems. And now we go to Councillor Willens.
Thank you, through you, Chair. And I saw that the mayor was on board before me and allowing me to speak before him. This is no doubt one of the most difficult decisions that we've had to make. That's concerned a lot of residents, people that use the road, Williams Parkway, to get back and forth to work, having to leave Brampton. But having said that, option one does speak about moving traffic more freely and quicker, but I do believe that would be a short-term solution. So as many delegations have spoke to that. But when I look at the SERP plan that I was very vocal on and very advocated and support from this council, as well as the last council, and thank you very much, this council, for getting that passed unanimously. I was leaning towards option 3. Option 3 does speak to our carbon footprint, our carbon neutrality. It speaks to carbon sink and sequestration. It speaks to climate mitigation and greenhouse gas emissions. Many of the things that our SERP speaks to, option 3 does speak to it. But having said that, I'm okay with the modifications to option 4 that put forth by the Councillor Santos, and some changes that Councillor Fertini added. I'm okay with option 4. The only issue I have with is on the multi-use lanes. I think with working with the Region of Peel, I think we should let them know what we want and try and make it work out. Councillor Palesch and I see how long it takes the Region of Peel to get Mayfield Road finished. So I'm just hoping that doesn't tie up this project, whichever way we decide, whatever option. But I think I have a little bit of an issue with the cyclists using a pathway the same with people that are pushing their baby carriages or just out for general. In Europe, they don't do that. The cyclists are separated. We could probably still do that. It's just a matter of lane markings or different colored pavements. So I'd like to see that sort of modified, but you don't need to change the motion. I think staff will probably look at that for the opportunity in multi-use path moving forward with this project. So just want to thank. I thought this would be a controversial debate, but I guess Councillor Bowman is coming on next, and I see some comments from Councillor Medeiros as well as Councillor Palesch. So I'd like to hear what they have to say. But anyway, thank you very much, staff. And I know, Jane, your department will do a wonderful job. You guys are just looking for what direction from council. That's all you're looking for here. And we'll give you the direction, and you just make it work. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, Councillor Willens. I have other speakers, but Mayor Brown wanted to speak, and he's ahead on the list. Mayor Brown?
Yes, Councillor Vicente, I wanted to make sure Councillor Willens had a chance to go first because he was eager to add in his points. I just want to say some of the quality of the deputations today were phenomenal. So to Divya, to Gideon, to Sylvia, to Dale, and the last one that was added, really well researched. I think the city is stronger when we've got active citizen engagement. Looking at the maps that Sylvia did up, the time, the research that went into this, very impressive. And it's because of you, because of your passion. I think increasingly we're seeing in Brampton a willingness to do things differently. I think city building previously used to be about more concrete. And I think here in Brampton, we're really challenging ourselves to say, who are we building our city for? Are we building it for people, or are we building it for cars? Do we want more of the same, or do we want to really focus on livability? And I'm glad we're having this. It may seem like a lengthy conversation around Williams Parkway, but it's a needed conversation. We always say that we're committed to sustainability, livability, and active transportation. And just like I mentioned around the 413, there'll be moments where we're tested on our commitment to our sustainability goals, to our livability goals, to our active transportation goals. I think this is one of those tests. And so I'm looking at the amendments put forward for option 4 about how we can make this work and be consistent within our environmental and active transportation goals. And I think it's a step in the right direction. Yes, we have to deal with congestion and traffic, but we also have to change the way we move about. If you build a proper active transportation footprint, people will adapt. You know, the movie Field of Dreams, if you build it, they will come. And everyone remember that movie. It was on TV a few weeks ago. It was one of the classics from, I don't know, whatever, I'm going to date myself, probably 25 years ago, whenever it was. And I started watching it, but it reminded me of that movie. If you build it, they will come. If we build a proper infrastructure for active transportation, we will change lifestyles. And it's not just a win for our environment in terms of the collective emissions through transportation, but it's also about healthy living. You look at the growing rates of obesity, the issue around diabetes and cardiac concerns in Brampton. You always talk about the last point you deal with these issues is in the hospital setting. But if you really want to change lives, you do it in an upstream fashion. And I think this is one of those opportunities. And what I love about the way we're changing this project is it's consistent with everything else we're doing. You know, and I look at Councillor Bowman early on. This team introduced me to the 521 initiative and concerned about diabetes. Well, this goes back to that. You know, Councillor Willens has been representing me on the global covenant of mayors against climate change. Well, this is consistent with each one of those decisions we have to make. You know, Councillor Santos has been an environmental advocate for us, particularly on the new leadership role she has on FCM. You know, Councillor Peleshi's work around that boulevard, the 413, about this opportunity for environmental leadership and how we change how highways are built. Councillor Singh and what he's doing and being an advocate for the electrification of the transit facility in his ward. I know Councillor Medeiros was helping me as we spoke to Minister McKenna about the electric bus pilot project. These all come together. No one policy change we're going to make is going to change the dynamic on the environment and healthy living overnight. But together, all these different initiatives will make a difference. And because we've fallen backwards, because we're not here as a society on where we want to be on active living and on the environment, because there's been mistakes made in the last 20, 30 years, unaware of growing rates of obesity, unaware of the environmental damage we've inflicted, we don't have the room to make mistakes right now. And each one of these issues, we have to get it right. And I know I've been a little bit long-winded, but I really hope we can find a way to support option 4, as Councillor Santos has put on the floor, because I think it's one of those opportunities that we need to answer this test correctly. I'm really glad so far that there's been such support of all the speakers towards this new direction.
Thank you very much, Mayor Brown. My next speaker is Councillor Bowman.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. I noticed Councillor Santos has asked a couple of times for clarification on the wording, so I'm prepared to let her go first if she needs clarification on that before I speak.
Thank you, Councillor Santos.
Thank you so much, Councillor Bowman, for that opportunity and for all of the comments beforehand as well. Just for clarification, I want to make it clear that the option number 4 is the least costly in terms of on the tax bill right now. And given all the cost pressures that the city is facing, and given that the costing of the different options was also ranked high in the survey results from the residents, option 4 is the more practical, responsible approach with the amendments in the motion to look at multi-use path opportunities as well as the green and landscaping. So I just wanted to make that clear to folks who are listening in and why our council is moving, or why I'm moving for option 4. The only other piece that I wanted to add in this particular motion in a certain way is all of the survey and the feedback, etc., from this particular project is kind of a catalyst for all the other road widenings that are scheduled across the city of Brampton. Councillor Pelletier put a comment into the chat box about asking the delegations to come back when it comes to the Sandalwood Parkway expansion. And I would recommend, as a separate piece to this, as another therefore be it resolved, that the survey results for this project, as well as the delegations, be also considered in all of the expansion projects moving forward. Because to the mayor's point, the residents and the organizations who've delegated today, this is not just about Williams Parkway. This is also consistent with other road expansions being considered across the city. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Santos. Councillor Bowman, back to you.
Thank you very much. It's a good thing I let Councillor Santos go first, because she touched on something I wanted to talk about as well. And that is the cost factor here. And this has huge implications on our budget meetings, which are going to be starting next week, because currently in our budget documents under the 2022 capital budget, we have $58 million set aside for this project. So that money is going to have to be reallocated. The fact that it was coming from DCs is going to have to be reconsidered in place of tax dollars, which option 2 and 3 are going to include. And I just wanted to check with Jane. We've spent $14 million already on this project, 11 million approximately for that noise walls. That's correct, right?
That's correct, yes.
And of that 11 million, is there a chance that we might have to pay that money back from our funds back into the development fund, because we're not specifically building that wall for a road expansion anymore?
That's something that I'd have to go talk to our partners in finance about, Councillor Bowman. Traditionally, when we're putting up, for instance, that noise wall, if there was any consideration at all that we may not ever widen that road, we would not spend that money putting up the noise wall. And so that noise wall was put up because of the expansion of the road due to growth, and that's what you can use DCs for. So that's why we need to report back on it, because what do we do? How do we manage the funds that we've already spent, the DC funds on the wall that we've already put up? What happens with that? Should the DCs for that now be reimbursed with tax? I'd have to talk to finance to get more clarity on that. And then also for the walls that are being requested further along Williams Parkway, further east in particular, if we put those noise walls up, and if the TMP revision comes back and it does not call for a widening of Williams Parkway, then I suspect that those walls as well would be tax funded. So we'd have to include that all in our report income. That's why I'm glad that we're able to do a fulsome report and come back to you, because even though we're looking at option 4 as being the most cost effective right now, the only thing staff were considering in part of option 4 in the report was the resurfacing of the road. When we start to add the additional noise walls, if we start to add a multi-use pathway, that starts to increase the cost, and we'll have to add those, and they'll probably all be tax funded as well. But we'll have a chance in our report to lay that all out for you so that council can make a fully informed decision.
Okay, thanks very much, Jane. And I support not widening the road, but in the times we're in right now, with COVID and with the budget coming up, and with having spent roughly $60 million or thereabouts from our reserve funds so far, now we're hoping to get a lot of that back from the federal government. We've got $25 million coming back. I think our clear direction needs to be the economic recovery of the city. And if we're having to increase taxes in any way to pay for the road widening, for instance, that has an impact on our residents. And, you know, for people who are listening, for instance, the $32 million that's looked at for option 3, in a single year, that would account for a 7% tax increase for us to generate that $32 million. That's a lot. And, you know, we've had 0 tax increases for the past 2 years. And if we have to pay back the $11 million from that we used from development charges for those walls, that's another 2.5%. So we need to take some serious consideration. As Councillor Willems said, this is a very, very difficult decision to make. I mean, I don't think the decision not to do it was a difficult decision. I think there's probably huge support from council on that front. But I'm just, at this time, and I believe Councillor Santos touched on that as well, there are some other huge priorities that we've got to look at going forward for the next year, possibly 2 years, in regards to budgeting and in regards to COVID. So I just wanted to get that out. And also, on a sort of a different related note, I'm very glad to hear people talking about the livability of this city and how we have to make it more livable and how we have to make it more healthy, because that feeds right into the fight I'm having with illegal units, but we'll talk about that later. And also, Councillor Medeiros and I would love to see if we save some money. We would love to see that money being spent in wards 3 and 4. So we can always put that option forward if we want to keep the budget as it is. So again, I thank you. I thank all the delegates for coming forward with their points. And I believe we are making Brampton a healthier city. But due to what's going on right now with COVID, you know, making it a more and more healthier may take a few years longer. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Bowman. Councillor Medeiros.
No, sorry, I didn't request to speak, but I agree with many of the comments and especially with Councillor Bowman. So I thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Singh.
Yeah, actually, Councillor Bowman also covered a lot of my points. I am supportive of option 4. I just sorry, our acting CEO Jane. Sorry, acting commissioner. Can we get those numbers for budget? You know, when it comes to paying back the DCs and if we have to, and noise walls, extra cost on the tax base. Can that be ready for? Given that we're giving the direction today of which way we want to go.
I would just caution, Councillor, that when we're talking, it does take a long time to put all these numbers together, and I would just really like to make sure that those numbers are as accurate as possible, so that because this is an important decision for council to make going forward. I can try and get some general guidance from finance and some rough numbers. My preference would be to have a fulsome discussion with the region to see you know, what their plans are now that looks like we are going towards option 4, and that may take some time. I'm just trying to keep in mind that budget is next week. We do start next week. So I'll try and see if I can get some very high level information that might help, but I would really like to have the opportunity to do a deeper dive on this so that the information that you have in front of you is as accurate as possible.
Yeah, and that's fair, I guess. Long as we see the numbers before action is taken.
Of course, yeah.
We just want to make sure we're spending our tax dollars in the wisest way possible. Thank you.
And that's fine. And Councillor, just to add, we would not go ahead with anything until we have direction from council on exactly what you'd like to see in the scope of work for Williams Parkway. And then we'd also, for each of those elements, also price them out. So it's almost like a menu, if you will. If you see how much something costs, you may decide to withdraw that from the scope of work or include it going forward.
That's perfect. And I was already leaning towards this option, and I'm happy that the area councillors are supporting this option. I am appreciative of the delegations. I was happy to hear Queen Street BRT also mentioned, as that is something this council is fully supporting and will also have a significant role when it comes to our climate change strategy. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Next, Councillor Pleshy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I agree with all comments and up to now, and support the decision that it looks like this council's going towards. My only hesitance here is with that last number 3, that the survey results, communications, delegation, information be considered in future roadway. Can we just have language to state that it will be considered with other survey results, delegations, and communications? Because this survey, from what I understand, was very much directed along the with the people that live along that corridor. So we just have to be open for all of Brampton to be able to provide their comments, communications, and Councillor Santos says it was citywide. Can I get clarification? I was told it was just along the corridor.
Councillor Santos.
No, that question was to staff.
So for the survey that we did was in particular for Williams Parkway, Councillor Pleshy. So, and I would just caution that we've talked about all, there's lots of 6-lane road widenings. I think 11 6-lane road widenings that are under consideration at the city, throughout the city right now, and they're almost like snowflakes. Each one of them has a slightly different story, a slightly different context. So I would just caution that using survey results, particularly for Williams Parkway, may not be absolutely 100% applicable to another right-of-way. So in the terms of Sandalwood, for instance, if it's the wish of council that we do a similar, try to get similar input from the public, we can do that as well. As you know, the EA for that one has, the environmental assessment has just been completed, and that does include quite a bit of public engagement as well. So we can take that public engagement and do some further engagement as the design progresses. If that's what, I think that's what you're getting at, Councillor Pleshy, right? Is they just want to make sure that it's applicable.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's what we're, what I'm trying to say is, any survey or communications, any information in the data that we get, we want to be able to put everything together and just be better in terms of, the decision making along of what the residents want to help us with the decision making, and not just have, just a starting point. What I'm just trying to say is that we continue to work off of this and with any future survey results, communications, and future delegations.
Makes sense. Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pleshy. Next, I have both Mayor Brown and Councillor Frattini, who have already spoken. So this is now for a second time. Mayor Brown.
Thank you, Paul Vicente. And I wasn't going to comment again, but I really have to stress to council, when you do things differently, sometimes change takes people by surprise. It's too easy to justify the status quo. The status quo is more cars, more concrete, more obesity, more cardiac pressures, more problems in the healthcare, more environmental deficiencies and challenges to make up for future generations. Think about this. It's easy to justify the status quo. I want us to start thinking creatively. And I'm hearing people, maybe we'll go for option 4, but what if it costs us $11 million more? Those are status quo arguments. I'm sorry that I'm going to get a little frustrated by this, but there has to be more creativity and more long-term vision when we're making these changes. We were all elected not to simply be caretakers of the status quo. We were elected because we wanted to change things. We wanted to do things differently. So I'm going to ask Finance a very direct question, and I think Mark Medeiros might be on the call. The development charges bylaw is being used as why this could cost more. I'm not going to accept that active transportation cost us more. I'm sorry, I'm not. That's an argument of the status quo. Mark, if we are saying that we're going to do transportation differently, could we not argue that active transportation is then applicable to development charges. If this is how we're going to move people, if we're changing how we do transit, would that not, could that interpretation not be argued under development charges? Maybe speak up a bit louder.
Yeah.
Hi, through the chair. Thank you, Mayor Brown. I believe that is correct. So we would need to go through and look at the new funding model and methodology for how growth in transit and traffic is going to happen. And as we do that, if we change where the traffic growth is going to occur from, for example, cars to more active transportation, then a new DC plan would support that, and those DC dollars would be moved instead of road widenings to whatever that plan is. So to answer your question shortly, yes, I think that it'll take time for us to figure out exactly how this would work and the implications, but definitely I see no reason why it wouldn't be an option.
Thank you. And so the reason I'm asking this question, I didn't want to get back on the board and talk again, but honestly, you know, it makes me pull my hair out when people tell me that it costs more to have active transportation. No, it will cost us more in healthcare cost, in environmental cost, to clean up the mess we're making if we don't change how we build our city. And so where there's a will, there's a way. Where there's a will, there's a way. It doesn't cost tax increases to have active transportation. It doesn't cost us more to have active transportation. In the long run, it saves us money. We just need creativity and determination from this council. And so I'm sorry if I sound wound up, but I just always hear the same rationale about why keep on doing things the same way. And I think right now we're seeing creativity in the city, and I don't want to hear arguments of why we can't be creative. I look at the 413 and the creativity that Councillor Whillans and Councillor Palleschi are working with staff on and presented at the region. I loved it. I love the creativity with the 521 project about how we change lifestyles. And we need the same creativity on road building. We need the same creativity on the roads we build. And so I'm really imploring council that let's jump all over this option 4. Let's be creative, let's be determined, and let's stick to our aspirational goals for the city. When people chirp in our ear and say it's going to cost more, or that it's going to be, you have to raise taxes if you want to do that, those are justifications for the status quo, and we don't need to buy into that. So when Martin says, when we ask, Mark Medeiros, that, you know, if we say this is part of our master transportation plan, is it applicable to development charges? Where there's a will, there's a way. Okay, folks, where there's a will, there's a way, and let's show our determination, our commitment to these higher level aspirations we have as a city.
Thank you, Mayor Brown. I hear people cheering out in the bleachers. Next, I have Councillor Fortini.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Mayor, well said. Growth doesn't support growth. So I'm going to ask staff, I know Councillor Singh asked about if this will be tax-based. These walls and the landscape, isn't it part of development charges? I'm asking staff. It's not part of tax?
Which walls, Councillor Fortini? The ones that we've built, or the ones that have that you are asking to be included in future considerations? Well,
the ones that were built.
The ones that were built were funded by development charges.
And the ones that are going to be built now, they're not going to be funded by development charges?
That's something we have to talk to finance about. I need some clarity on that, because traditionally, if development charges, the way the DC bylaw is set up right now is that the elements that are eligible for DC funds are to be associated with growth. And if you put up a noise wall and it's not associated with a road widening, I would need some clarification from finance on whether that can be funded through DCs or if it has to be funded through tax.
Yeah, okay, I get that part. So now that we did those walls, it was development charge, and we're not widening the road, how does finance justify that portion?
I think that's a good question for finance. I would have to talk to finance about that. So
I'm a number guy, so I'm not. So if they did it that way, I don't see what the problem is doing it this portion on this half.
Well, sorry, Councillor, but you'll recall that we put up the noise walls at the time that we were putting them up, and that the progress of putting them up was already underway when we decided to put a pause on the widening and take a review of it.
Yes.
So again, I can't answer the question on whether it's going to be what we have to do with the funding. If we have to go back and look at it a little bit differently, that is a discussion that I'm going to have with our partners at Finance.
Yeah, I don't want to put you on that spot. I agree. I just want to know when the report comes. I want to know finance now, since the road was not widening and that was development charges. So now, if we can't use it for here, how did we pay those walls, and why can't we continue with these new walls the same way? Just to answer Councillor Singh's question. So anyway, I'll wait for the report, and thank you so much to the mayor. Great speech. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fortini. Councillor Pleshy for the second time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't think anybody's moved or see the delegations. Happy to do so. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Pleshy. You will move the receipts of the delegations. Could the chair have a moment to speak?
So moved.
Thank you. I want to first begin by thanking the delegations for coming here today and helping council to have a conscience to do what is right and what's best for the city of Brampton. When both Councillor Santos and myself took charge of this file, it really was a head scratcher. We were looking at the direction that was given by council many, many years ago and the work that staff had been doing. And we were asking ourselves, is this something that, given the direction of the city today, all of the declarations that we have made, is this the right thing for us to be doing here in the city of Brampton? Ultimately, widening of roads is fundamentally incompatible with building a greener city. And it's completely at odds with the 2040 vision that was approved in the previous term of council. We have, as a city, we have been investing millions in transit infrastructure and capacity to encourage people to eschew the car and to take transit. We have concerns about speeding on our roads. How can we continue to widen them and encourage drivers to go faster? We have been asking and encouraging our development community to factor out the car from their development plans. And we just had some conversation just recently over parking standards. And so all of these things just didn't jive with the idea of us expanding this corridor in a residential area to what amounted to a mini highway cutting through the city. And so I want to thank those delegates for confirming what we already had a very strong feeling, that we know that this is not the right way forward. I am so pleased that we underwent this exercise to, to ask ourselves whether or not this was right for the city. And I want to thank staff for the hard work that they have done to bring us to this point here today, and for helping us to build a brighter future for this city and to build the city right. We've made so many declarations that are future forward, and we're so happy that in this instance, we will be keeping the road as it is, making improvements to active transportation, more opportunities for pedestrian, more green options, and we can advance this project. And staff now have the clarity that they were looking for from this council on this project, and perhaps it's indicative of how future projects in this city should be done. So thank you to everyone, and I will now ask the clerk to administer the vote for this motion.
Recorded vote, please.
Like a recorded vote for the motion moved by Councillor Santos.
So members of committee, it's a recorded vote on item 10.2.1 as amended, all as shown on the screen. All those in favor, please indicate. Councillor Santos?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Chair Vasante?
Stop the sprawl, yes.
Thank you. Councillor Willens?
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Paleshi?
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Bowman?
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Medeiros?
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Williams?
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Fortini?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Councillor Singh?
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Dillon?
Yes.
Thank you. Mayor Brown?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, the motion carries unanimously 11-0.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. And now, members of the committee, we have a motion moved by Councillor Palleschi to receive the delegations and correspondence. All in favor? Any opposed? And that carries. Members of the committee, it is now well past 1 o'clock, and I would recommend that we adjourn until 2 o'clock to provide time for everyone to take a break and seek some relief and perhaps grab a small bite to eat. Can I have a mover?
Do we need that much time? Do we need 35 minutes? What do folks think?
I serve at the pleasure of committee.
20 minutes?
20 minutes. So we will adjourn at 1:50.
So, Mr. Chair, just for clarity, we are recessing till 1:45. Is that the intent?
1:45.
Thank you.
Any opposed? That carries.
So, members of committee, this meeting's now in recess. You may leave the meeting and rejoin, or you can leave your connection in place, and we will reconvene at 1:45. The only member I have not seen to return is Councillor Dillon. So you do have quorum. You can proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Members of committee, our next item is item 8.1.1, a staff presentation regarding the COVID-19 recovery in Brampton food and beverage processing sector. Martin Bowl, the sector manager for health and life sciences, food processing and logistics planning, building and economic development, is here to provide the presentation. Welcome, Martin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Mayor and councillors. I'm pleased to report to you the summary of our findings of an interview with approximately 15 companies in Brampton, one of our essential service businesses, food and beverage. The next slide will indicate that it was really our interest in September and October to facilitate an understanding of the need of economic recovery in the food industry. And so the next slide will indicate to you the 15 or so food and beverage companies that we interviewed. Next slide, please, Peter. We also interviewed one or two packaging companies. We interviewed Loblaw, and we interviewed Sheridan College. Without a doubt, Mr. Chair, the key message in this interview with all of the companies has been and continues to be the importance of the safety of staff. We heard time and time again the support and confidence that Peel Region and the Council has in terms of implementing safe and secure workplaces. So all of these companies have implemented a significant amount of workplace safety with very or little COVID cases. Next slide, please. Only one company in the interview had a crisis management plan in place that fit COVID. It was a large multinational company that had already anticipated a lot of COVID with their contacts in China. However, all of these companies had mitigation plans for crisis management. So if you're a food company, you're very concerned about food safety and traceability, companies were able to pivot and manage their plans into a COVID plan based on information provided by them from Peel Region, from the city, and from the province. Most companies, as you can imagine, had significant costs for COVID-related PPE, for security, for sanitation, sometimes in the millions of dollars. So this has cost money to firms. It has also initially in March and April impacted to some extent in some companies 60% of productivity losses due to staff absenteeism. So some companies that were not highly automated found that staff were afraid to come to work for the first few weeks, and CERB also provided them an incentive to stay at home. However, we heard in every company, the education, the outreach to staff, the security systems. There's one company that told us they actually implemented an app to manage and implement safety controls and measures in their plants. All plants took this very seriously, and being essential businesses, as the mayor mentioned earlier this morning, these plants needed to continue to operate. We asked them about their supply chain impacts. So 50% are still facing some impacts on finding some raw materials and packaging. However, it's not a serious issue because, as we all know, and as the mayor mentioned, our food supply remains robust. We can go to the grocery store. We have access to the food that we need. Some companies, for example, told us that they may not be producing 40 packages, 40 varieties of pasta. They've gone back to 6 because that has simplified their line, that has simplified their staff requirements. Just one comment, sorry, on the next slide. One comment has been an increased use of temporary help agencies to find the labor and the talent. So this continues to be an issue that we're looking at with several of the colleges and universities in the area. How can we build up the talent for manufacturing and food processing? As you might imagine, most food manufacturing companies in Brampton and across Canada and Ontario saw significant losses in food services due to restaurants being closed. However, that being said, if you look at some of the results from Loblaw, for example, and increased grocery sales, companies were able to pivot and to focus on sales and food needs at the grocery level. So in the whole sense, in the whole profitability measure, food companies continue to remain profitable in Brampton and in Canada. Again, the key message here is the food system is robust, the food chain supply is robust. You may not have all the brands that you're maybe used to, but you have the access that you need. Companies at the end of the day told us they are demonstrating a high level of confidence in their ability to plan. given about my first comment. Food safety and traceability is key. Food safety of staff is continuing to be an ongoing management challenge and issue. Finding supplies, sourcing PPE, sourcing hand sanitizers. The supply chains are working well together. This is something that has been demonstrated not only in Brampton, but across Canada, that in the food system, the packaging, the ingredients, raw materials are all working very, very closely together, more so than in any other time. Supply chains are remaining robust. Now, we did ask a question about, can you source packaging closer to home? Can you source packaging from Brampton? And of course, there were a lot of companies that said we would love to do that, but the cost is sometimes prohibitive. So one of the key results that we're looking at is actually talking to Ryerson and Sheridan about a sustainable packaging institute that might help develop packaging opportunities more locally. Next slide, please. So in terms of our key next steps, reviewing with partners, and this includes Peel Region and the city, water and wastewater incentive programs to offset some of the costs that our large water users have experienced during COVID. You would have heard today from Kathy Murphy from Coke Canada, who would have talked to you about the significant impact that they have been doing at the plant for not only worker safety, but managing COVID through increased sanitation, which in their plant means increased use of water, which has an impact obviously on outflow, which has an impact on their cost. We have followed up with them and we will continue to work with them on a potential pilot to see how the city and Peel Region can work on potentially reducing their cost. We have had another walkthrough with the Parmalat or the Lactalis dairy plant in Brampton, facing similar concerns. Understand the need to increase their sanitation has put pressures on the water system in Brampton and in Peel Region. We want to celebrate the food and beverage industry in Brampton. It is an important sector. It employs a lot of people. It's an essential service. It's an essential business. We want to work with the Brampton Board of Trade to show sector leadership with some of the key companies in Brampton. And again, you will hear from Kathy from Coke, one of our key leaders, not only in sustainability, food circularity, but also in diversity. How can we also learn from one another? So the company that I mentioned that had produced an app on their own is willing to share that information with other companies. And as we are now in the second wave, how can we share that information? How can we share with large international companies maybe what they're seeing from other parts of the world and how they're reacting? How can we continue to develop best practices? And also to mention that we continue to work with Peel Region to potentially host another webinar, another seminar on the phase 2 implementation of COVID that Dr. Lowe is now implementing at the workforce. So we want to be very upfront with our companies, our clients, sharing information as often and as best as we can. I mentioned the opportunity to discuss, and we're already in discussions with Ryerson and Sheridan, to talk about a center of excellence in sustainable packaging. We have significant packaging companies in Brampton, not only for the food industry, but for other manufacturing opportunities. What is the opportunity to bring some of that technology and that expertise to Brampton so we can show leadership in sustainable packaging? And I think both the water opportunity and the packaging really then links to the city's focus on becoming a green city, looking more at food circularity. How do we manage food waste? And the last item is really to continue to collaborate with existing networks, including Food and Beverage Ontario, which is an Ontario-based food association that's looking at this whole issue of talent development for the food industry. So these are our 4 activities going forward. I want to emphasize again, all companies are taking this very seriously. They have indicated to us our support of City Council and Peel, and they will do anything to continue to help us as we manage this pandemic. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Martin. I don't see any questions from members of committee. May I get a motion to receive the report from Councillor Medeiros? All in favor, any opposed? And that carries.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
Next, members of committee is item 8.5, councillor question period for this section of the agenda. Do any members have any questions? Seeing none. Next, we'll go to public question period. Mr. Clerk, have we received any questions from the public with regards to items so far on the agenda?
We have not, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And so with that, I will now pass the chair over to Councillor Singh, the chair of the corporate services section of the committee agenda. Councillor Singh.
Thank you. Moving on to the corporate services section. 9.2.1 was approved part of the consent motion. 9.2.2 was put into consent. Moving on to 9.2.3, a staff report on voting technology model. It's about the 2022 municipal election voting technology model. Request to begin procurement for internet voting and contract extension for vote tabulation equipment. Do any members have any questions or comments regarding the staff report? If so, please use the chat function to add your name to the speakers list. Okay, I see Mayor Brown on the speakers list. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Singh. Now, call me a traditionalist, but I'm a big believer in the paper ballot. I know there are different parts of the world experimenting on different ways to vote, but there's also been, unfortunately, controversy in many locations where different techniques have been used, where unfortunately there's always people who try to cut corners or beat the system. And so I think it's important that we're not the guinea pigs in this. That if Elections Canada starts using internet voting and they say that it's safe for a federal election, or Elections Ontario starts using internet voting and uses it in a provincial election, then I think I'd have confidence in the security of internet voting. I'm not there yet. We see how people manipulate polls online, and there's always new technology, and then there's new technology that tries to counter that new technology. So maybe I'm an old fogey, maybe I'm a traditionalist when it comes to this, but a ballot's a ballot's a ballot, and I like that ability to have the old-fashioned traditional way of expressing our democratic rights. So I would put this on the floor, but I would remove items. I guess, Peter, would I just remove items 2, 3, and 4 if we don't want to opt for internet voting?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes. So then I believe it's option 2 or model 2 that's in the report, which would be continuation with paper-based ballots, and staff are recommending the extension of the current lease with our current.
Okay, so I put option number 2 then, the same we have on the table. I look forward to the discussion.
Okay, Councillor Dillon.
Mr. Chair, sorry, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. So I concur with the mayor. We've that option number 2 is the best way to go. We've still had issues within Brampton and neighboring municipalities of, even in the last election, I heard different things where, people were attempting or doing some voter fraud. And, we've had different nominations here where I've seen some of this occur, and I don't think we're where we need to be yet. And I agree that as soon as the province and the federal government start going towards that direction, I think we should follow suit. But right now, the system is working. We need to be more creative, excuse me, in ways of getting people to come out to vote as well. I think we shouldn't ignore that. But this is the most, in my opinion, the safest direction we should go to, and we could go to. So I agree with model 2.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Dillon. Councillor Williams.
Hi, thank you through the chair. I do agree as well. I think we have many residents who do not use the internet or may not be as internet savvy. So we have to be able to make sure that they have the opportunity to come into a location, especially if they are pre-voting outside of voting day, to be able to come in and vote. I think it's an experience that people have have the right to be able to engage in, and also be able to do it early at a location that is close to their home, like the rec centers and so on and so forth. So I do agree with not going towards online and with option 2. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Bowman.
Thank you very much through you, Mr. Chair. When I first read this, I thought there was going to be some controversy here because older people like me, I guess Mayor Brown is approaching my age now, still feel that a paper ballot is a paper ballot, and that's the way you come and you express your vote in that way. But we're also, if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Clerk, as people who run in the election and as representatives, we are allowed to question and have adjudicators at the polling stations to question credentials, to question ballots as we see fit. But I think we lose that when we have internet voting. I don't think there's any way to do that. So I am also in favor of just the regular paper ballots, just like we've done. And I believe last council we also voted to not go to this type of balloting as well. So thank you very much, and I support the motion. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Vicente.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'd like to direct a question to the clerk who just recently through the AMO conference, he was the returning officer for a number of different elections that took place at AMO. And if I could just ask the clerk to comment on that experience and whether or not he felt that it was secure or was not secure.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Yes, thank you for the question, Councillor Vicente. So this past August for the AMO Board of Directors election for the coming 2 years, the clerk's office in Brampton has been lucky enough to assist AMO over the years, and this year with COVID, we partnered with AMO and with an internet voting provider, IntelliVote, based out of Halifax, to actually conduct the AMO board election through internet voting only, or telephone voting was another option. Overall, this was our first experience as election officials in Brampton with this path of voting, and overall it was a very interesting experience. I would say that the security level that was in place was different than what we would probably explore if council wished to pursue it for a municipal election, as this was a board election. I would consider the election that we did was we call a one-step authentication process. So a PIN is sent to all registered voters and their conference delegates. In a municipal election system, what we've seen in other jurisdictions, it's a two-step process. So the elector has to take the active step of actually registering to vote through internet, and then they're provided the credentials to do so with a secure password and so forth. So that is the difference. But generally, in terms of our experience with the AMO election this past August, we felt it was very secure based on what we observed on our end. There was an extensive amount of testing that occurred certainly before the election by our election officials, and we seem to be satisfied with the results that we saw.
Okay, very good. So, Mr. Clerk, typically in the advanced voting that takes place here at the City of Brampton, you open up 2 or 3 different locations, but overall, through that advanced voting period, how many people take advantage of or participate in the advanced vote?
So I'll start. I believe for the last election in 2018, we actually had 22 different advanced vote opportunities, and the turnout was, I'm thinking, in the order of less than 20,000. And it was about the same as previous elections. It was a little higher. Our goal is to obviously ensure that all electors vote. That's our objective. But we try new things every election to try and entice electors to come out early. It offsets the peak on election day, and we are relatively successful in getting higher turnout in advance voting. And we will continue to do new strategies for the 2022 election to achieve the same thing if it's a paper-based election.
Okay, thank you. And so if one were to anticipate that by offering online voting through the advanced poll period in the upcoming election, you might experience perhaps an increase in that number. So if you typically had 20,000 folks who like to take advantage of the advanced voting, if it was online, perhaps you could see double that number. But when I think about the capacity of a digital system, 20,000 votes or perhaps 40,000 votes, considering that all across the city, we have a turnout of approximately 30 to 40%, which corresponds to how many votes in total, Mr. Clerk?
Through you, Mr. Chair, there was just over 100,000 eligible votes cast last election. And I should say that while I would love to be able to say that internet voting does increase voter turnout, the evidence that we see doesn't support that. It's just an alternative channel.
Okay. I think that, when I think about digital capacity, like these numbers are certainly not, machines are capable of keeping track of all of this safely. How many folks participated in the AMO election this August?
I believe, I'm just going from memory now, I think we had a voter universe of about 400 or so, and I think there was probably, I think it was over 50%. I think they were pleased with the turnout, so probably over 200 electors voted.
Okay. And in your opinion, from what you saw, do you think that that same system could handle 20,000 people voting in an advanced poll online if they so chose to do it that way?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I have no hesitation that that system could handle it. I know that system is used for municipal elections throughout the province of Nova Scotia and other jurisdictions across the country. And in fact, they also provide that service to some municipalities in Ontario. As I mentioned before, the issue may be just the authentication. I would recommend nothing less than a two-step authentication process if council chose to go down that path.
And in those provinces, through you, Mr. Chair, in those provinces, have they experienced instances of fraud or issues with the online voting system?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'm not aware of anything to that effect, no.
Yeah. And recognizing, of course, that some members have already spoken and have expressed concerns about the online voting, I certainly understand that there might be reservations. But I really would like to see some form of online voting made available to residents who, we need to start, somewhere. And while the evidence doesn't support an increase in turnout when online voting is available, we have many young people. The city of Brampton is one of the youngest municipalities in the entire country. And my daughter just turned 18. And maybe she would like to vote online. And so I would like to ask that council also consider the ability to have both, to have digital ballots available for the voting that takes place before Election Day, the advance vote. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councillor Santos.
Thank you very much. So I can appreciate, through you, Mr. Chair, I can appreciate that that there is some concern potentially around fraud and security, et cetera, with respect to online voting. But I think there is writing on the wall. I think we're eventually going to be going in that direction. I also can understand how, to the mayor's point, how we don't necessarily in Brampton want to be the guinea pigs in this situation. Question for staff on this report. Can you remind me which municipalities are currently implementing online technology and what their experience is so far with respect to complaints around fraud and security?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'm not privy to any specific information about allegations of fraud or impropriety with internet voting. We do know, based on survey work that AMO did after the last election, that 194 municipalities, we understand, out of 444, so just less than half, engaged in some form of internet voting. So that could be online voting, it could be telephone voting. And in terms of large municipalities, as the report points out, the City of Markham is the leader municipally in Ontario on this front. They've been doing it for several years. And in fact, the last municipal election, they were exclusively an online internet voting. For voting purposes. We do know the City of Burlington, I believe, is looking at internet voting as an advanced voting channel. And I believe, is it Ajax, has been looking at internet voting as well.
Okay, thank you very much. And so, you know, it may be that we don't want to be one of the first guinea pigs when it comes to online voting, but according to those numbers, we aren't necessarily the first or one of the first guinea pigs. It sounds like some municipalities across the country are already doing this and they're going in this direction, and certainly Markham has as well. And I would imagine that if there were any concerns related to fraud or security issues in Markham, who has gone full out on online voting, it would be making breaking news with the Toronto Star and other issues if there were any questions related to fraud or security with online voting in Markham. But I do appreciate that perhaps we need to look at Elections Canada or Elections Ontario to see what their security level is. Certainly Markham has no issues, and I would be curious to know what the voter turnout was in Markham. Do we know what the voter turnout was in Markham?
Through you, Mr. Chair, offhand, I don't know, but I believe it was a little higher than ours. But I don't know the exact number. I can find out.
Great. And when you think about Markham, Markham also has a large ethnic minority population as well. Maybe not as much as the city of Brampton, but certainly to Councillor Vicente's point, with respect to online voting, one of the lowest voter turnouts across the country is the youth vote. And we have all been trying to and advocating for our young people to vote. And we all know that our young people live on their phones, they live on technology, and an online voting option, even if it's just within the advanced voting period, could be an opportunity to increase that voter turnout. I don't know for sure, the evidence clearly isn't there yet. And so there are still some questions with respect to online voting. And then just one, actually, no, I don't have any further questions because I've lost what my other question was. At the end of the day, I'll just wait and hear what everybody else has to say, but I don't think we should be scared of online voting, thinking that there's fraud and security issues. Certainly Markham seems to be doing pretty well with that technology right now.
All right, thank you, Councillor Santos. Councillor Medeiros.
Thank you very much, Chair. I guess I do want to appreciate some of my colleagues who have pointed to the fact that there is not any evidence by implementing online voting system to increase in voting. And with all due respect to my colleague who just spoke, who I have a lot of esteem and respect for, I'm not sure if Markham are the trailblazers that the City of Brampton should be following. From previous work I've done in my life and during my time in the provincial government and looking at different voting systems and how we vote and so on, and to present day, you know, as far as I'm aware, Switzerland, Estonia, there's been some states in the United States who have attempted online voting, and I know they're, as Peter has outlined, but there isn't the data there that suggests by us implementing online voting or internet voting that we would get more people out there. We certainly want more people out there. One of the things that we've seen challenged right now with, for example, the school board in going to online classes was the equity issue and socioeconomic issue, because not all kids have laptops and not all kids have access to Wi-Fi. So from a certain perspective, we would be discriminatory because all data tells you the people who have Wi-Fi and the people who have access to internet and people who have computers and laptops tend to be, from a socioeconomic perspective, better off in general terms. And all data suggests that. So from its onset, as much as we think that this is an egalitarian and equity debate and an opportunity to increase voting, we're not there yet. Do I want to look at all forms of voting? And I think we've improved. I remember since 2014, there was the whole sort of voting on the bus by Shoppers World, and we've tried different methods. And certainly, I think all municipalities struggle with trying to get better voter turnout. And I think this will be certainly a mechanism over the future once we define how we can perfect the system that I certainly, along with my colleagues, would love to support. I guess a question to you, Peter, and then I'm someone in 2014 who only won by 100 votes and was confronted with the possibility of a recount. How do you do a recount in internet voting?
Through you, Mr. Chair, a recount is done by running the algorithms from the system that is taking the votes from the electors and just regenerating the results. So it's the same principle as running a recount for a paper-based election with tabulator machines, which we've used before, is we take the same ballots, we run them through the tabulators, and 99% of the time you get the exact same result. And one would expect the same for a recount with a internet-based election.
So interesting enough, as we sort of, as a municipality, are really looking at cybersecurity, from everything that I've seen from a cybersecurity perspective, and the Parliament, the Canadian Parliament is looking at this, Elections Canada is looking at this. So far, we haven't found a foolproof system and a secure system. And as Mayor Brown had suggested, another concern that I have for residents, and as was noted by one of my colleagues too, that we have a very diverse population. When we look at the way that we vote, so we're upcoming, we have potentially an early federal election, we have a provincial election, we have our election, and then after we have the school board. So what would we be doing is essentially having two modes of voting. So you'd have a federal election, a provincial election, which would be one way, and then we would insert this new sort of mechanism, possibly of going internet voting, which would be different. And certainly we would have an impact on the school board, because I imagine if we're electing school trustees, that would have an impact on them as well. Or Peter, would we separate that if we're administering that vote as well?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we would be doing the same election for the trustees as we would for the municipal candidates. And I agree with your point that, for the last, in 2018, the province of Ontario finally introduced tabulators for tabulating ballots. They were a paper-based manual count election prior to that, and that is that was catching up with the technology that we use in our election. And in fact, it does, I will say, it does assist when it comes time for the municipal election, when you have a provincial election in the same year, because electors are familiar with an election and they're familiar with similar processes. So if they see different processes, that does raise questions for the electors, legitimate questions, and we answer those.
And that's my concern. I think ultimately, I do agree that this is a great, mechanism that we have to sort of really investigate further. And I would love to sort of have whatever way that we can get people to vote, especially youth, let's do that. But I think there's some assumptions and the evidence isn't there and the facts aren't there yet for me to confidently support going to internet voting. So I am supporting, I believe, option 2, which Mayor Brown had moved. But I do also empathize and support my colleagues who are looking for more sort of better means for us to engage with our public and have different ways to vote. So I think all of council would agree we want more people to vote. We want to have easier ways to vote. But with this technology, right now, as of today, we're challenged. But in the future, if ideally the federal government or the provincial government moves with the system, it gives us confidence to move forward and align ourselves with other levels of government. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Medeiros. Councillor Fedini.
Through the chair, I think Councillor Medeiros asked some of the questions I was going to ask. And I'm going to stick with the old-fashioned way. When something's not broken, don't change it, with paper ballot. And I know what, Peter, what you said, it was easier to count. I remember 2010, you had to go one by one. Now with electronics, it's a lot easier. I just wonder, we're still going to have the proxy voting. that's still going to stay in place?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, proxy voting is a requirement under the Act, and we will have that program in place.
Okay, so, and also I remember saying that accessibility, everything will still be the same for people with disability to get in and give them the eligible to vote and use the different technology to vote at the voting station.
You are correct, Councillor. That is a requirement now of the Municipal Elections Act that every voting location must be accessible and there must be accessible voting opportunities available. And we ensure that happens.
Thank you. Thank you. So I'm going to support the mayor. I'm more, like I said, I like the paper ballot. Looking at what's going on in the States and other parts of the world, I don't think so. The technology, I don't trust it at the time, at this moment. So maybe in the next future, yes. But at this moment, I'm going to stick with the old-fashioned paper ballot. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Willens.
Yeah, thank you through you, Chair. Peter, I didn't quite catch it when you were talking about the procedure on online voting. Did you say that the eligible voters will be sent out something, and they have to send something back, and then they get their PIN number municipally?
So through you, Mr. Chair, yes, that's what I would refer to as a two-step authentication. So some municipalities, it's not an automatic that everybody receives a PIN when they receive, as you recall, a traditional voter notice. You may receive a voter notice, but you may then receive information about if you wish to vote by internet, you can register. And then there would be a registration process, and then that elector would be sent a PIN. And then as part of the actual voting process, there'd be other authentication that would have to occur. So that is what I call a two-step authentication. You receive information, you have to take the step as a voter to actually register to be eligible to vote in an internet election, as opposed to sending all out to all, which could be up to 400,000 electors for the 2022 election, information with a PIN to participate in an electronic election. What we did with the AMO election is we actually, all electors, all 400 plus electors received an email with a PIN, and that was determined in consultation with AMO, who's responsible for that board election, us as the returning officer, and our internet voting provider as the appropriate step in that particular election.
Okay, because so that sort of tells me that with a two-step process that they want to use, that we use in the municipality, I think that would probably not increase the turnout of voters, because let's face it, the traditional voters, and no, nothing against the youth, we want to see the youth coming out and vote, but the traditional voters are the ones that are towards the older age group, and they like getting out, and they they encourage their children, if their children are still living at home of voting age, to come out and join them at the polls. So I think that would be a hindrance for the people that do like to vote. That I think it'd just be too confusing if it's a two-step process. I mean, I know a lot of people that are very computer literate, and they would probably get frustrated if it's a two-step process. I think they'd rather just walk around the corner to the polling station and cast their vote. So, no, I'm supportive of what the mayor's put forward. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Willens. Councillor Dillon, for the second time. Councillor Dillon, for the second time.
Can you hear me, Councillor Singh?
Yep, now I can.
Sorry, I was just having some difficulties. So I just wanted to add a couple of points. Excuse me. During the last election, I had a chance to door knock, and when I met some youths, particularly from some, excuse me, some of our minority communities who feel disenfranchised. They told me some of their stories, and I'd ask them, hey, listen, why don't you vote? And they, gave me a number of reasons why they don't. So I think whether you do internet voting or whether you do regular voting, we need to really to engage our youth in particular as to why they should come out and vote, and let them be part of the process in building their city. So I think those are some of the steps we really need to take. I had a chance to do some town halls, I called them municipal one-on-ones, just to educate people on how the municipal system works, or we did youth town halls. So I think if we take steps where we engage our youth, let them know how the city is really built, how it's developed, how it's planned, and that they can be a part of it, I think they'll take the, they'll be more encouraged to come out and vote, whether down the road it's internet voting or whether it's regular voting. So I think we need to focus on engagement. I think that might be a conversation for down the road, but I think it's an important one. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dillon. Is there any other councillors who would like to speak before we wrap up? Okay.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Who was that? Councillor Vicente?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, sorry, I didn't see your name on the list. Sure, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. So through you, Chair, to other members of the committee, I'm a little bit surprised because we have been a council that since the day that we came on board here, we have been leaders in so many different ways, whether it's on climate action, whether it's in expressing our views against some of the injustices that exist all around the world. Computer technology has been around since the days of first missions into space and the moon, and this stuff, it's pretty bulletproof nowadays. And I agree with the clerk that a two-part authentication process, if someone were to choose from the comfort of their home, and considering COVID and the challenges that may exist at the next election, I know that vaccines are coming and they promise to hopefully get this pandemic under control. But if you look at what happened, for example, in the United States, where folks overwhelmingly voted, and in particular took advantage of the ability to mail in their ballots. And if the country had had the opportunity to vote digitally, I'm sure that they would have taken advantage of that now. We have a turnout of approximately 20,000 persons who vote in the advanced polls. And we're saying through all of our statements, and even those who are not supportive of the online vote, recognize that it's important that we investigate further and that we look at ways to modernize voting. And we have an opportunity here to be among the first in the country, or at least here in the province, seeing that not everyone here in Ontario has taken advantage of this, but other municipalities and governments in other parts of Canada have. Their experience, I think, speaks volume to us. And according here in Model 2, the staff are essentially asking for us to investigate newer versions of the same technology, but they are recommending that we do Model 2 and perhaps consider using it together with internet voting as is stated in option 5. So I think we need to have a bit of courage, not automatically assume that people are going to try to game the system. I always believe that people are going to do the right thing. You can't cook up a new name that doesn't exist. If you're a resident of the city, if you're eligible to vote, in other words, you're a citizen, and there is really only one way for you to prove that. And once, for example, just speaking for myself, once Paul Vicente, who resides at this address, has registered to vote and takes advantage of the online voting format, I will not be able to vote a second time. I will not be able to enter into a polling station on election day and cast a paper ballot because the system will exclude me from that opportunity. And so I would ask members of council to consider the avant-garde way in which that we have done so many different things. Considering what we did, just about an hour ago, this is the right thing for us to do. We're a city that does new things, and this is a council that has been very modern in its thinking. And I would ask members of committee to consider that we do a mix of Model 2, but also Model 5. Thank you.
So I would just say, Councillor Vicente, since I have the motion on the floor, I wouldn't take that as a friendly amendment. I think that the comments that councillors have made have all been valid reasons about why the traditional paper ballot is the safest. I thought the point that Councillor Medeiros made was particularly compelling about not having two-tier voting, one for people that can afford computers and high-speed internet, and those that don't have the ability to have computers at home, who don't have that same fluency. So unfortunately, I know normally we try to get something everyone agrees on, but I think this is an issue that we're going to have to be split on as a council, because I think there are some divergent opinions.
All right, thank you. So we have the motion on the screen right now. I'm just going to make some comments, and then we can go to a vote. It is there are two sides to this, obviously, and I think that maybe one more election on the with the traditional method, and watching and benchmarking and watching other municipalities, especially the ones that have done will do internet voting, might give us an opportunity to explore this in the election after. And so I would ask maybe the clerk if we could have discussions on internet voting, but early on next term, so we could do that proper benchmarking with the learnings we had from the 2022 election. And it'll be fresh on everyone's mind.
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes. And we bring a report after the municipal election. So we brought a report in May of 2019 with sort of a report out on the election. We would do the same after 2022, so early 2023, and that conversation can commence again with council of the day.
Yeah, because we also deferred our boundary changes to early next term as well. And so it's just good to get to focus on these sort of things right after an election when it's really fresh. And we'll also additionally have the learnings from the previous election, and we can make a more informed decision. So that's my sort of way to try to bring both sides together. I don't know if it'll work, but that's what I would recommend, if the clerk could have these conversations very early on in next term.
We will do that, yes.
Okay. You don't need a motion for that. Okay, well, Councillor Santos.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. I think that if that is considered a friendly or direction to staff to make sure that we benchmark and look at how possibly Burlington and look closer at Markham in terms of the issues and concerns that our colleagues have also raised with respect to online voting. I would imagine that is a friendly amendment. I don't know if it's required in the motion itself, but what I think the signal here that's important for myself and probably Councillor Vicente is to not shut down online voting completely. I think that we still need to consider it, again, considering where we are with COVID and also trying to get our younger people to vote and engage in the voting process. I think those two pieces are really important. So if that's considered a friendly amendment to this motion, then I could probably support it.
So I would just say, I think the clerk said he does this automatically, so I don't think it needs to be part of the motion. I think, Peter, if you can correct me if I'm wrong, you said this is something that happens after each election, as it is.
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, we report out on the election event, and through that report in early 2023, we can report out on what we observed with our colleagues in Burlington and Markham and other municipalities that may choose to use internet voting for the 2022 election.
Okay, sounds good. Councillor Blanchard.
Call the question.
Call the question. Okay. Well, you were the last speaker anyways. There's no other speakers on my speakers list. So seeing no other speakers, I have a motion moved by Mayor Brown to receive this report. Is there anyone opposed to this motion? Otherwise, your vote will count in the affirmative.
Sorry, Councillor Singh,
yes, I see that. Yeah, sorry, apologies. A recorded vote has been requested. To the clerk, can you initiate that?
Members of committee, so recorded vote on the motion moved by Mayor Brown on the screen in regards to Model 2. All those in favor, please indicate. Councillor Santos.
Yes, okay.
Councillor Vicente.
With reservations, yes.
Councillor Willens.
Absolutely, yes.
Councillor Paleshi.
Yes.
Councillor Bowman.
Yes.
Councillor Medeiros.
Yes.
Councillor Williams,
Yes.
Councillor Fortini,
Yes.
Chair Singh,
Yes.
Councillor Dillon,
Yes.
Mayor Brown.
Yes, wow, unanimously.
That motion carries unanimously, 11-0.
All right, thank you. Moving on to 9.2.5, the staff report regarding execution of documents by electronic signature bylaw. Do any members have any questions or comments regarding the staff report? Okay, seeing and hearing none. I have a motion moved by Councillor Pleshy to approve the report recommendations. Is there anyone opposed to this motion? Otherwise, your vote will count in the affirmative. Seeing and hearing none, thank you. There are no objections, so the motion carries. Moving on to Peter, did I make a mistake? Am I annotated? It seems like I moved too fast.
Through you, Mr. Chair, no, that was the next item.
Okay.
And now we're on to councillor question period, item 9.5.
Okay, just I'm just getting, it just seems like really fast. Okay, no problem. Moving on to council question period for this section. Do any members have any questions regarding the corporate services section? If so, please use the chat function to add your name to the speakers list. Seeing and hearing none.
Sorry,
yep.
my apologies, Mr. Chair. I believe we did miss an item, the salary
That's what I
administration
thought.
review.
Yeah, that's why I was getting nervous. Okay. I think
which is item
the salary.
9.2.4.
Yep, sorry, that's my fault. Okay. That's what okay. So I'm going to go back to item 9.2.4 and then return back to council question period. Our next item is 9.2.4, staff report regarding salary administration policy review, January 1st, 2019 to June 30th, 2019, July 1st, 2019 to December 31st, 2019, and January 1st, 2020 to June 30th, 2020. Do any members have any questions or comments regarding the staff report? If so, please use the chat function to add your name to the speakers list. Okay, seeing and hearing none, I have a motion moved by Councillor Santos to receive this report. Is there anyone opposed to this motion? Otherwise, your vote will count in the affirmative. Thank you. There are no objections, so the motion carries. So now I'll move back to Councillor question period. Do any members have any questions regarding the corporate services section? If so, please use the chat function to add your name to the speakers list. Seeing none, we'll move on. Public question period. To the clerk, did we have any members of the public ask any questions?
No questions, Mr. Chair.
Okay, I will now pass the chair over to Councillor Vicente to chair the Public Works and Engineering section of the committee agenda.
Thank you, Councillor Singh. Members of the committee, we're now moving on to the Public Works and Engineering section. We have item 10.2.1 was considered as part of the delegation earlier. So next we move on to item 10.2.2, a staff report regarding capacity improvements review of Goreway Drive between Humber West Parkway and Cottrell Boulevard in Ward 8. Do any members have any questions or comments regarding the staff report? Seeing none, I have a motion moved by Councillor Fortini to approve the staff report recommendations. All in favor, any opposed? And so that carries. Item 10.2.3 was considered in the consent motion, as was 10.2.4. So our next item is item 10.2.5, staff report on winter maintenance service levels and with updated information. Do any members have any questions? I see none. I have some comments to make from Council, and I would like to ask the clerk to go to the report and display the chart that is part of this report.
We'll bring that up momentarily, Mr. Chair.
It's on page 524. And just for members of the committee, in this report, there's a chart that really speaks volumes to the effort made by work staff to address some of the concerns that members of council have been raising for quite some time in improving the service. And we can see here very really poignant display that shows how drastically the number of complaints in the last season fell. And this speaks to council's decision to increase the service levels, but also staff and their efforts to provide a higher level, better quality service to our residents. And so I just wish to acknowledge staff's efforts and thank them for the hard work that they have done under difficult conditions always, as it is in the winter time. And just a question through to Jane. Jane, with that remaining nub there of approximately 1,500 or so issues that did arise, will staff be looking at that from last year and in the future to see if there are some common themes where we can make additional improvements to the level of service?
Thank you, Councillor Vicente, and thanks for your appreciation of staff, because as you know, snow maintenance is top of mind for everybody, and sometimes it's hard to win on snow maintenance, so we are trying our best. Certainly, as we look forward to some of the results that we see here, we did, as you can see from the report, we did a concentrated effort on working with our bylaw officers in terms of parked cars, and also really putting a lot more emphasis on our communication, on what to expect and why we do the things we do and when we do them. So certainly at the end of every season, what we do is certainly it's a commitment that we're going to make going forward as well, is doing a review of all those complaints and service requests that we do have there to see if there's any themes or any trends, just as we do with our capital projects. What we find is that every season is just a little bit different, as every storm is a little bit different, but the more we can learn about the things we can improve upon, the more we can get the number of complaints down. And that's certainly something that as staff we'd like to see as well. So certainly looking forward to those numbers improving even more as the seasons go on.
Thank you. And I think back to when we first started having this debate on this term of council, where I asked the question, can we expect to see a marked improvement in the level of service in our winter maintenance operations? This here, I believe, qualifies as a marked improvement. So thank you. So I have speakers on the board now. Councillor Fortini.
Thank you through the chair, and thank you, Jane. You're absolutely right. Every winter is different, and it's very hard to maintain the snow. You know, it's not like grass. You don't do it today, you do it tomorrow. Most of my complaints I get, it's not about actually cleaning the roads and all. It's mainly that they don't go curb to curb. So I look at these trucks, you know, they have a certain plow, and, you know, the plow doesn't go left and right, and it's facing on the right side. So they go up one side of the road and they get it close, and then you get the other side and they're gone. But meanwhile, you're leaving 10 feet away from the opposite road, because the roads are wide and the trucks are small. They don't have a side wing on it. They have a single axles on the truck. And that's where I get most of the complaints. And people are saying, well, I got to clean my driveway, I got to clean my boulevard, but I also have to clean 10, 15 feet of the road. So that's where we really have to nail on the contractors and say, guys, you know, your contract says curb to curb. So my question to you, when is this contract over? Do we know?
I think Mike Parks is on the line. He might be able to answer some more detailed questions about the contract.
Okay. My other question was, you know, when we did this contract back then, I was not really happy with it, having these swinging machines, you know, cleaning sidewalks. Those things are 60 horsepower, a lot of weight going on the sidewalks. And what they do is when you get on a mild day, the bays go up and down, and then we have to hire a company to come and jack them back up. So we end up, because of the weight of the machines, you know, and I seen a lot of them last year getting stuck. So when you have these type of machines like Bobcats and all, they can actually pull themselves out. and they're a lot lighter for our sidewalks. I seen up north, they got regular Kubotas, and they get up Sudbury and Timmins, and they're only like, they get snowstorms like 2 or 3 feet, and they go through with no problem. But I know the contract, we did sign the contract, so that's why I wanted to ask just when it's over to say, because I think, we got to change that system on the sidewalks and also on the roads. We have to start getting trucks on the wide roads with the side wing on it to make sure they go curb to curb.
Hello, Councilor Frattini. It's Mike Parks here. Specific to your question through the chair with respect to where we are with the contract, we're about halfway through, almost exactly halfway through the 7-year contract. And then at the end of the 7 years, we do have 3 optional 1-year extensions if we decide to do that. But your comments with respect to the equipment, we can take that back and have some discussions with our contractors on that.
Okay, my other question is, I come by the yard there. Yeah, you go to other municipalities, and we always look at other municipalities when it's to see how we could improve and all. And I look at some of these trucks. I thought trucks should not be more than 10 years old. And I come there and I look, some of them are new and some of them are like 15, 20 years old coming out of these yards. So do they sub it out, or this is to others, or it's their own trucks and it's not in the agreement on the contracts because the trucks are that age?
Again, through the chair to Councillor Frattini, there are specific requirements as far as the condition of the equipment in the contract. So if there ever is equipment that does not comply with that, then we would deal with that. So appreciate your comments. We'll keep an eye out for that. But as far as I know, the equipment does comply with the requirements in the contract.
Okay, and I understand when they clean the sidewalks, it's very, very hard to stay on the sidewalk. We always break the lawns and grass because, you can't blame the driver or the equipment because you don't see where the sidewalk is. So that's always going to happen. When they do all that and we have to go back and repair, or bus shelters and buses, do we actually, because I've seen a lot of places still with piles of dirt that hasn't been repaired, do we back charge them and we send our people over, or it's part of the contract, we just, it happens, we have to do it?
Through the chair, it's kind of a bit of all of those, Councillor. The contract requires 1 foot either side of the sidewalks if it's damaged, that the contractor is to repair that. In certain instances, there may be damage outside of that, and then, of course, we will do that repair. We also undertake plowing as well in-house, and so if our operators happen to damage the boulevard, then we have to do that repair as well.
Yeah, and I don't blame the driver or the contractor on that. It's very hard to stay on the straight line on the sidewalk when you got 8 inches of snow and you can't see the sidewalk. My other question, I've noticed on the bus shelters and everywhere, they're using this treated salt. That salt is so expensive. Do they pay, we supply the salt, we pay the same price? Because usually treated salt is used when it's very cold. And I see it all over the place, this treated salt. Why are we paying all this extra money on the salt when it's only like -5, -10 degrees? That treated salt is mostly used -20 degrees. And if you go up north, they don't even use salt. They mix it with sand because when it hits -25, salt does not work. But we're using all this extra treated salt. Is that what we get, or it's the same cost for us?
Through the chair, Councillor Frattini, you're absolutely right. The treated salt is more expensive. We predominantly use regular salt. We also do use sand in some applications, but we also use the treated salt. And a lot of times where you're seeing it is in those areas where we expect to provide a bit better level of service in the area of the transit stops, because as you're aware, Brampton does have a lot of transit users. So therefore we're trying to make sure that it's easy for those transit users to get across sidewalks, get to the transit stops, and be able to access transit.
Yeah, they're very good. Okay, thank you. I figured out. So, what I like to see in certain areas, I see in my area, especially Ward 7, in the H section, and then we talked about that, I think, last term. There's some roads that are very steep with no sidewalks. And, you know, we got to very look into those, because when a car comes down that hill, there's no sidewalk for kids to walk on. I'm worried an accident is going to happen. Now, you got a road like mine that's flat. Yeah, you know, we got to still provide the service, but we got to really pay attention to those dangerous roads, windy roads, dangerous roads. I remember about 4 years ago, I kept asking about Central Parkway, and we had that big accident there because, you know, the ski hill blows all the snow there. And, you know, now we've managed to take care of that problem. But let's look into these steep roads, because a lot of those areas don't even have sidewalks. And I just don't want an accident for some kid or someone going to school, or a mother with a stroller and a car coming downhill. You know, when it's ice, it's ice. It doesn't matter if it's a 4x4, what kind of vehicle you have. It's ice, it's going to slide. So thank you so much, and thank you for all the hard work you're doing.
Thank you. Next, I have Councillor Medeiros.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, Chair. I'm almost intimidated to speak after my good friend, Councillor Fortini, our expert of snow. However, I will, to, I guess, Mike Parks and to staff, when it comes to the nature of calls I get over the last couple of years is they haven't gotten to my street, or they haven't gotten, and usually they tend to be sort of back-end courts. So basically, it's not the streets closest to the sort of major intersections or the major arterial roads. It's usually the sort of back-end courts and so on. So when it comes to sort of identifying patterns of how snow is cleared, so if you can just, you know, and I'm not asking for snow 101 clearing, but how do we ensure, so if this happens consistently, is it something that for those residents who live in sort of the back end or farthest away from the arterial roads just have to understand that they're always going to be sort of the last to receive service? Or does that change periodically, the routes, or they're constantly being modified and updated? So when I call into staff and I say that Mr. Jones didn't get, you know, he lives on a back end court and he didn't get snow removal, do we adjust the routes? Or, you know, can you explain to me how this all sort of, you know, am I sort of, I wouldn't say wasting my time, that's a harsh, but am I sort of not being effective when I communicate that, you know, some of these back end roads are not getting the service on a consistent basis, and it's been a yearly sort of occurrence?
Through the chair to Councillor Medeiros, your assumption there is somewhat correct, in the sense that we do the major roadways first, and then we go to the collector roadways, and then we get to the courts and the local roads. And that's really a necessity based on traffic volumes, and where the majority of traffic ends up is on the collector roads as they work from their local road onto the collector road and then onto the arterial road. So there is a method to the madness there. But having said that, there's still requirements for us to achieve from a service level perspective, and that is what this report is giving feedback on, or updating council on. The fact that we did change those service levels last year. We increased the service level from 7.5 centimeters to 5 centimeters, and the results have, as Councillor Vicente pointed out, with the service request we received, combination of the change in service level, increased enforcement with parking, and also increased communication has proven to demonstrate that service requests have reduced, and there's been improvement as a result on some of those local roads that you're referring to.
No, and through the chair, thank you, Mike, and I do appreciate you know, the fantastic work that your team has been doing, and you know, I know it's a tough file, and in terms of the perception of the service that residents feel that they get, sometimes it's frustrating because there's all these factors that go into, especially when you get the winter storms and so on. And you know, speaking to sort of the sort of route method to madness, and I do know that sort of the whole sort of live GPS system in terms of knowing exactly where the snow plower is going and so on. And I think, interesting enough that we're just coming off the conversation regarding voting and technology, but I thought that's been really sort of a neat sort of mechanism to have people to sort of see in real time how this all plays about. But, I do think it would be helpful to councillors, and I don't know if this is possible from a communications perspective, and it's just something to mull over, but it would be great to, from a ward perspective, people understand exactly and when the snow falls and sort of that, what the route, so they know exactly when they can sort of expect or have an idea when they're going to get that snow removal service. And I know it varies and it's hard, but at least knowing the route where people can sort of say, this is usually they'll go up and down, turn right, go around, and they'll come through here, and having that sort of map. And I know it exists, but I know maybe it's something that either individual councillors can do. But I would love to be able to show residents on specific streets. This is sort of the time frame, and this is how we work towards going by your street. Does that make sense?
Through the chair, Councillor Medeiros, yes, it does make sense, absolutely, and a lot of those tools are currently available, and we do have the new app that just went live this month for this upcoming winter. If you'd like, we could set up a brief meeting with your office, and we could sort of sit down and go through some of those tools that are available. That might be helpful for you and your office to be able to then share that with some of your constituents.
No, that's great. I appreciate that. I'll take that offline, but thank you very much, Mike, for great job by the group, and I thank you for everyone involved and for everyone who's pushed for these increased service levels. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Whillans.
Thank you, and through you, the chair. Thank you, Mike, for the presentation of the report that we almost missed. I just want to thank you guys, and I'm glad that Mayor Brown was on there recognizing our bylaw, all in his group in the bylaw department today for their work in the bylaw. I'd just like to recognize you, and then maybe after our first snowfall, we can have you in front of council congratulating you on a good job, because you guys are an essential service. You clear the roads so that the trucks can get moving. You deliver the goods that Mayor Brown talks about. You guys go out there no matter what. You clear the roads so everybody can get to work, and you do a good job. So keep it up, and maybe we'll have you up here congratulating what a good job you do after our first snowfall.
Thank you. Next, Councillor Pelletier.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hopefully Councillor Whillans didn't jinx anything there. I'm interested in having that one-on-one meeting also, Mike, with our office. I officially got my first phone call yesterday for snow clearing, and it was preventative. It was the homeowner is on the senior side of things, and is very much in support of cleaning his own driveway, much to the chagrin of his wife, that says that he should be using a service, but he will not. He did comment on, and I still need to go out and have a little site visit to fully understand what he was referring to, but it sounded like the turn that the truck is making on his crescent is leaving a lot of snow onto his property. So maybe that's something that we can discuss, Mike, in our in the one-on-one.
Through the chair, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Pelletier. So, members of committee, I do have a question, Councillor Santos.
Sorry, I'm just trying to get off mute. Just a quick question with respect to winter road maintenance. I know that we have been installing new active transportation bike lanes on the roads themselves, especially over the summer. Just wanted to get comment from staff on how education and outreach will be going out to the snowplow drivers as to how to maintain those particular new active transportation routes.
Through the chair to Councillor Santos. We absolutely have to treat those routes. It is part of the provincial requirement to treat the bike facilities the same as the travel lanes for traffic. So we've worked with our operators to ensure that they understand that and they realize that the cycle facilities, the active transportation facilities on road need to be treated the same way, and they are treated that way.
Very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Members of the committee, I have a motion moved by Councillor Frattini to approve the staff report recommendations. All in favor, any opposed? And that carries. Item 10.2.6 and 10.3.1 were approved as part of the consent motion. So our next item is item 10.4.1, correspondence from the TRCA regarding an update on municipal memorandums of understanding and service level agreements. Do any members have any questions or comments regarding the correspondence? Seeing none, I have a motion moved by Councillor Santos to receive the correspondence. All in favor, any opposed? And that carries. Our correspondence on for 10.4.2 was already approved, correct, Mr. Clerk?
That's correct.
Okay, so we move on to item 10.5, Councillor question period. Do any members of committee have any questions with regards to any part of this part of the agenda? Seeing none, we'll move on to public question period. Mr. Clerk, have we received any questions from members of the public with regards to items on this part of today's agenda?
There are none, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. So now we'll move on to section 11, or community services section. 11.2.1 was part of the consent motion. So we move on to new business. 11.3.1, the minutes of the Brampton Transit Advisory Committee. Mr. Clerk, was that part of the consent motion as well?
It was not, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Do any members have any questions with regards to 11.3.1? Seeing none, I have a motion moved by Councillor Williams to receive the minutes. All in favor, any opposed? And that carries. We have item 11.4.1, which was part of the consent agenda. So now we are on 11.5, Councillor question period for this section of the agenda. Do any members have questions with regards to any part of today's community services section? Seeing none, we move on to public question period. Mr. Clerk, do we have any questions for the community services section on today's agenda from members of the public?
There are no questions for this section or the general question period that's coming up.
Very good, thank you. And our next item is item 12, referred matters. The list is published quarterly on the meeting agenda, and a copy is linked with each agenda to include a current listing of matters referred to the city staff for further review and or report back to council or committee. Do any members have questions or comments regarding the staff report? If so, please ask now. Seeing none, thank you. I have a motion moved by Councillor Bowman to receive the referred matters list. All in favor, any opposed? And that carries. We'll now deal with item 13, public question period. According to the clerk, we have no questions. So we now move on to closed session. Item 14, closed session business. We have a number of items. Mr. Clerk, do you want to provide just a summary?
Certainly, Mr. Chair. Through you to members of committee, items 14.1 and 14.3 were addressed as part of the consent motion. So we have 14.2, a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board. Items 14.4 and 14.5, which are labor relations or employee negotiations, and 14.6, a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board.
Okay, thank you. Members of the committee, I have a motion moved by Councillor Singh to move into closed session to deal with these items. All in favor, any opposed? There are no objections, so the motion carries. To members of the public watching today's meeting, all meetings of committee must start and end in public session. After closed session is completed, committee will reconvene in public session to complete its business on today's agenda, including reporting out on any actions arising from its closed session portion of the meeting passing a confirmation bylaw to confirm the proceedings and decisions from this meeting, and adjourning the meeting. So this is now recessed while we go in camera.
So you can proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. In the continuing interest of transparency and open government, I will report in public session any outcomes from today's closed session business. As a result of our closed session today, I wish to report the following. Item 14.2, a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board. This item was considered in closed session and direction was given to staff, including direction to consider the following motion in open session. And I have the motion displayed on the screen, moved by Councillor Santos. Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Is there anyone opposed to this motion? Otherwise, your vote will count in the affirmative. I see no one opposed, so Mr. Clerk, that carries. Our next item that was considered in closed session was item 14.4, was considered in closed session related to labor relations or employee negotiations. It was considered with information received and no direction given. Item 14.5, labor relations or employee negotiations. This item was considered in closed session with information received and no direction given. Item 14.6, a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board. The item was considered in closed session and direction was given to staff. Our last item of business is item 15, adjournment. Committee is scheduled to meet next on Wednesday, December the 2nd, 2020 at 9:30 a.m. I have a motion moved by Councillor Fortini to adjourn today's meeting. Is there anyone opposed? That carries. There are no objections. This meeting is now adjourned. Please stay safe, stay healthy, practice physical distancing, and wear a mask when inside or in public.
Have a great day, everybody.